Okay. We need to do something inside. Very important. So that you know that all the other participants at these can share. Okay, so you see my share. Okay, no, we're gonna test that now. So you should be able to. That's fine. Huh? But the link is a lot powerful. Not just one, but also a link is a powerful. Yeah, so you're starting to share it, but it doesn't show what you're sharing. You can't see anything. Yeah. So going to put into the command to do start and start. Okay, so that's putting this down, right? Go back to insert structure. Okay, go back to it doesn't show anything. But it's never do that. Yeah, it doesn't show okay, so now it's fine. You can start this through that time and leave everything. Let me share that slide so then for you. So that people when you come into the room will see it and you look at it. You because you host the good stuff that should come in. When you're ready. So I'm going to quickly share that slide.
international relations, because I thought maybe it should have, maybe if it's a student, it would be the supervisor. If it's a staff, it would still be a supervisor after the signature of the one who's completing the form, just to understand the significance if there's no other signing person.
Goeiedag. Ek dink nie ek moet by die kantoor wees as ek hierdie webinar kyk nie, want ek het 'n webinar vir 3 dae net, hè, op stadsopdrag.
Ja.
Van 8 tot 5. En heeltyd is al mense en kom heeltyd. Maar gaan nie, ek dink ek klaar vergunning gegee dat ek dit kan doen. Maar ja. Dankie.
Right. Hello, everyone. Once again, my name is Dr. Fortune. I am the room chair for the third room, and we will be having our discussions on inclusive cities and the built environment. I trust our presenters are in the chat box. I see some of them, but it seems as if I can't see all of them. So in this third room, where we are focusing on inclusive cities and the built environment, we will be exploring how our cities and the spaces we create, that can they truly embrace inclusivity and diversity. As urbanization continues to shape the world, it's crucial that our cities and built environment reflect the needs and experiences of all members of our communities. So in the next hour or two, we are going to have a fantastic lineup of discussions. I'm sure for some of you have seen the program. and we will be hearing from experts and thought leaders in the fields ranging from architecture and urban planning to social equity and community engagement. And our goal in this session is to engage in meaningful conversations that highlight innovative approaches to creating environments where everyone feels valued, respected, as well as empowered. So we are going to explore a lot of ideas on accessibility, cultural representation, sustainable design, only to mention a few. So before we start our discussions, I just want to highlight that we will be much more strict on time. And for those of you who might have questions, I would encourage you probably to share your questions in the chat box. And if you don't want to write them in the chat box, we can have these discussions probably at the end of the first 4 presentations. That's when we have our question and answer discussions. So firstly, I'm going to call upon our first presenter, who is Chalo Mwimba and Kenneth Negunda. And these are the chief planners in the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development in the Eastern Cape. Chalo, are you in the room, or they are not yet here? Hello, Bo, are you there? Mr. Mutsa, are you in the room as well?
Yes, Doc, I'm here.
All right. It seems as if I can't see our first presenter, who is Shalom Mwimba and Kenneth Negunda.
Okay.
Yeah, so while it's probably we are waiting for them, I have seen that we have other presenters who are lined up to present in this room, but firstly, before maybe we can do it randomly, we can go with our program. So maybe I will call our second presenter if they are already here, because I have seen in the previous plenary chat box that people are having problems in accessing this link to this room. So I hope that has been solved.
They're still working on fixing that, but I'm sure they are working on it. But in the meantime, I think we can just move to the next presenter. When the first presenter comes, then they can present later on. For the sake of time, we can just go to the second presenter. Yes.
All right, that will be fine. So our second presenter is Mashika Lawrence and Professor Gumbo. Are they in the room already as well?
Yes, I'm here.
Right, that's Prof. Thank you so much, Prof. So, Prof is going to present on a title entitled "A Framework for spatial and socio-economic sustainability of cities in the Global South, learning from the city of Ekurhuleni. So you have 15 minutes to do the presentation. And for those of you who might have questions, as I have mentioned, please may you share your questions in the chat box, or we can have this discussion at the end of our first 4 presenters. So you can start the presentations, Mashika. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My name is Machika Lindogushe, and I'll be presenting on our paper titled A Framework for Spatial and Socio-Economic Sustainabilities in Cities of the Global South, learning from the city of Ekurhuleni. So rapid urbanization in the Global South is causing challenges for communities, including increased strain on infrastructure, housing, service delivery, and natural resources. Cities are facing socio-economic issues such as poverty, wealth inequality, unemployment, and limited access to basic services. Urban spatial challenges such as urban sprawl, poor transit networks, and geographical fragmentation further exacerbate these disparities. And addressing these challenges require a holistic approach that considers the interdependence of spatial planning and socio-economic development. So rapid urbanization in the Global South is also driven by population growth, rural urban migration, and economic opportunities. This urbanization is characterized by informal settlements, inadequate infrastructure, and spatial fragmentation, putting immense pressure on, it's putting immense pressure on transportation, housing, water and sanitation systems, and essential services. Addressing these socio-economic challenges such as poverty, inequality, and limited access to quality education and healthcare, unemployment, and informal economies is crucial for sustainable development. These spatial challenges in cities of the Global South are closely intertwined with socio-economic issues, resulting in sprawl, inefficient and inadequate infrastructure provision. These spatial fragmentations can lead to social.
Right. Sorry, sir. May I kindly ask all the other people who are in the room to probably mute their mics, because we can hear the background sound.
Who's your husband? Okay. Who are you driving with?
For those of you who are not presenting currently, may you kindly switch off your mics, please? All right, you can continue, Mr. Mashika.
These spatial fragmentations can lead to social segregation, limited access to services, and economic opportunities for marginalized communities. And the lack of affordable housing options and inadequate urban mobility infrastructure continues to contribute to spatial inequalities and hinders inclusive urban development. These present the need for the development of integrated approaches to address these challenges. Sustainable urban development is then crucial for achieving sustainable development goals, particularly Goal 11, which aims to create sustainable cities and human settlement. There are existing frameworks, but they often focus on either spatial planning or socio-economic development in isolation. A comprehensive framework that recognizes the interdependence between spatial planning and socio-economic factors is needed to address these complex challenges that are faced by cities of the Global South. This paper therefore proposes a framework that integrates the spatial and socio-economic considerations to promote sustainable development in cities of the Global South. And by examining the city of Ekurhuleni as a case study, we draw valuable lessons and insights to inform development of this framework. So the city of Ekurhuleni is a fast-growing metropolitan area in the city in South Africa, and it has experienced significant urbanization and spatial patterns due to historic, economic, and social forces. The city has experienced population growth and economic development that has led to the growth of residential, commercial, and industrial districts. This growth has resulted in the formation of new townships, informal settlements, and urban sprawl, all of which impact the city's spatial organization. The spatial distribution of economic activities in the city affects employment prospects, land use patterns, and transportation networks. In Ekurhuleni, the city is characterized by informal settlements and low-income regions, which are an important spatial feature, with subsidized housing, informal insufficient infrastructure, and restricted access to basic services. These spatial differences contribute to the social fragmentation and unequal distribution of resources and opportunities within the metro. Ekurhuleni is a significant economic center which has a strong manufacturing, logistics, and service sectors that contribute significantly to regional and national economies. However, unemployment remains high within the city, especially among young people and vulnerable communities. Addressing these socio-economic inequalities is crucial for the city of Ekurhuleni to achieve an inclusive and sustainable development. The informal economy is an important aspect of the city of Ekurhuleni in its socio-economic dynamics, as informal businesses and street vendors continue to create jobs, generate revenues, and provide goods and services, especially in underserved areas. And integrating the informal economy is a need in the city into the formal urban processes, and supporting informal workers can also improve the lives and overall socio-economic resilience of the city. So the city of Ekurhuleni is also dealing with housing issues, such as a considerable backlog in informal housing provision and the spread of informal settlements. And addressing these housing shortages and improving the conditions is crucial for supporting socio-economic stability, to decrease inequality and ensure that the people's well-being is well taken care of. Access to higher quality socio-economic infrastructure such as education and healthcare, community centers is also crucial for socio-economic development within the city and increasing citizens' quality of life. So the city of Ekurhuleni also has been working to promote sustainable development and address spatial and socio-economic challenges, and has adopted a number of sustainable urban development principles that emphasize compact mixed-use development, green infrastructure, and integrated transport systems. The city has also aimed to revitalize its old industries, promoting economic diversity and job creation, while also inclusive government practices have also been promoted through community forums and stakeholder consultations, aiming to engage residents in decision-making processes. So the components of the framework basically include spatial planning and development strategies, inclusive governance, and stakeholder engagement, targeted socio-economic interventions, policy integration and coherence, pilot projects and demonstration sites, partnerships and knowledge sharing, monitoring, and evaluation. So in spatial planning and development within the city of Ekurhuleni, the city has implemented various policies and legislative frameworks which are constantly reviewed and updated. These frameworks focus on social, economic, and environmental sustainability, ensuring that there is a balanced development and growth within the city. Spatial strategies are crucial for achieving spatial and socio-economic sustainabilities in cities of the Global South. In the city of Ekurhuleni, compact and mixed-use development optimize land use, reduce urban sprawl, and enhance spatial efficiency by integrating residential, commercial, and recreational functions within a close proximity. This approach reduces travel time, lowers transportation costs, and mitigates congestion and carbon emissions. The implementing of zoning regulations and urban design guidelines that encourage mixed-use developments also can foster vibrant and livable neighborhoods. Green infrastructure and open spaces within an urban areas improve environmental sustainability by diversity and recreational opportunities. The incorporation of parks, green corridors, and urban forests enhance aesthetics appeal, air purification, temperature regulation, and the overall well-being of the area. Strategic urban designs should also then prioritize the incorporation of green infrastructure, ensuring that there is equitable access to green spaces, and consider the interconnectiveness of green spaces. The investment then in green infrastructure creates an upkeep that requires coordination among government agencies, community organizations, and business partners. There's a need then for funding strategies such as impact fees, public-private partnerships, and green bonds that can be explored to support the establishment and continued management of green spaces, and engaging local communities in green infrastructure planning, design, and maintaining develops a sense of ownership and stewardship that ensures that there is long-term sustainability in vital urban assets. Integrated transport systems are also essential for sustainable urban mobility. The prioritization of public transportation, such as buses and trains, encourages sustainable modes of transportation and reduces the reliance on private cars. Designing and safe and accessible cycling and pedestrian infrastructure has been seen in the city to improve active transportation options and promote healthier lifestyles. An integration of transport planning systems ensures that there's seamless connectivity between different modes of transport, making it easier for residents to access employment opportunities, education, and other essential services. So the inclusive governance practices are essential for sustainable and equitable urban development. The proposed framework emphasizes participatory decision-making processes, which involves residents, communities, and stakeholders in the decision-making processes. This promotes inclusivity, transparency, and accountability, and allows communities to actively participate in urban planning and policy formulation. Engaging marginalized groups is crucial for the representation and in addressing their needs and aspirations. Cities can therefore enhance participatory decision-making by creating forums for public dialogue, making information and data accessible, and ensuring that decision-making processes are inclusive and culturally sensitive. Stakeholders and stakeholder engagements are also essential for collaborating and cooperation among government agencies and civil society organizations and communities. It ensures that there's diverse perspectives which are being considered and the interests of various stakeholders are being considered. There's a need then for regular consultations, workshops, and public meetings that provide platforms for sharing information, gathering feedback, and building consensus. Stakeholders then can confront difficult urban challenges and discover new solutions by bringing together diverse experiences, resources, and viewpoints from different community members. Collaboration then between government and communities is vital for implementing sustainable urban interventions. Government needs to support community-led initiatives, provide technical assistance and capacity building, along with financial resources. Engaging communities in the co-creation and co-management of urban projects ensures that there's a sense of ownership and long-term sustainability by producing community-driven development approaches which empower residents to actively participate in shaping their urban environments and enhance social cohesion. Governments can then promote collaboration by establishing mechanisms for joint decision-making, such as multi-stakeholder communities or advisory boards, which represent government, community organizations, and other stakeholders that can meet to discuss and make collective decisions. Building trustworthy connections and encouraging regular discussions between government officials and community representatives is crucial to ensure that there is long-term and fruitful partnerships. So for targeted socio-economic interventions, the framework emphasizes the need and the importance of targeted social interventions in addressing specific challenges that are faced by cities in the Global South. These include promoting housing options, secure and tenure and inclusive housing policies to reduce homelessness and improve living conditions. Collaborations then between private developers, community organizations, and non-governmental organizations can mobilize these resources and knowledge for effective housing interventions. Fostering economic growth and diversification is crucial for reducing unemployment and poverty. Cities need to encourage entrepreneurship and attract investment and support small and medium-sized enterprises through vocational training programs and skill development programs, and help them to access finance.
Will be the signatories on these SLA. If the heads are going to be the signatories,
investment in social infrastructure and services such as education and healthcare and community facilities is also essential for improving living standards and reducing socio-economic disparities. Ensuring that there is equitable access to these services and providing communities with spaces that promote social interaction and cultural expression can also contribute to inclusive and cohesive communities. These interventions then require extensive planning, policy frameworks, and collaboration among government agencies and communities. And there's a need for adequate financing channels, such as private and public partnerships, grants, and social impact investments to properly implement these strategies. Cities can then reduce inequality and social inclusion and promote citizens' well-being through targeted socio-economic measures, and which will result in an inclusive and sustainable urban development. So the framework implementation also has its challenges and that need to be addressed. These include a strong political will and institutional capacity at the local level, limited institutional capacity in terms of skilled personnel, technical expertise, and administrative capabilities and financial constraints. To overcome these challenges, there's a need for innovative financing mechanisms, attracting of private sector investment, and seeking international partnerships and grants to help overcome these financial barriers. Stakeholder coordination and engagements are also crucial for promoting ownership and accountability. There's a need for the balance between the interests and priorities of different actors, including government agencies and communities, that requires effective communication and negotiation and consensus building. Accurate and up-to-date data on various spatial and socio-economic aspects can be challenging in many cities due to limited data collection capabilities, fragmented data sources, and the lack of coordinating among different stakeholders. To overcome these challenges and facilitate the implementation of the proposed framework for spatial and socio-economic sustainability, there are various factors and strategies that can be employed. Stakeholder engagement and capacity building is one of them. We're engaging stakeholders and building their capacity can create a sense of ownership, foster collaboration, and enhance the implementation processes. Participatory decision-making processes involve public consultations and focus group discussions with targeted outreach, capacity building initiatives, and engaging with underrepresented groups can create an enabling environment for meaningful participation. Collaborative partnerships then between government and agencies and community representatives are essential for sustainable urban development initiatives. Policy integration and coherence is also an important factor where different sector and level of government is ensured that there's policy coherence, integrating spatial planning, housing, transportation, environmental management, and social policies to help align objectives and create synergies. Establishing governance structures and policy coordination mechanisms is also essential for policy integration and coherence through facilitating cross-sectional sectoral collaboration and joint decision-making. Pilot projects and demonstration sites also help in creating sites where there can be showcases for that benefits and the feasibility of sustainable urban development initiatives, whereby successful pilot projects can then generate momentum, attract investment, and serve as learning platforms for scaling up these sustainable interventions. Partnerships and knowledge sharing through building partnerships with international organizations, research institutions, and other cities can provide access to technical expertise, best practices, and funding opportunities. These partnerships can facilitate the exchange of ideas, lessons learned, and innovative approaches for sustainable urban development initiatives. Monitoring and evaluation through the establishing of robust monitoring and evaluation systems is essential for tracking progress, identifying gaps, and ensuring that there is accountability. Regular monitoring of key indicators, allowing cities to assess the effectiveness of implemented interventions, making informed adjustments, and communicate achievements to stakeholders and the public. So learning from the city of Ekurhuleni, the city of Ekurhuleni's experiences in persuading spatial and socio-economic sustainability offers us valuable lessons for other cities in the Global South. Key insights include that there's a need for contextual understanding, multi-sectoral collaboration, data-driven decision-making, capacity building and empowerment, policy coherence, and long-term vision. Contextual understanding is crucial for designing effective interventions, as it helps address spatial and socio-economic disparities and promote sustainable development that aligns with local needs and aspirations. Multi-sectoral collaboration is essential for successful implementation, as it enables the pooling of resources, expertise, and knowledge sharing, leading to a more comprehensive and effective interventions. Data-driven decision-making is also crucial for understanding urban challenges and evaluating the effectiveness of these interventions. Capacity building interventions and initiatives empower local actors to take ownership of their neighborhoods and participate in decision-making, fostering a sense of agency and ensuring that these interventions are contextually relevant and sustainable in the long run. And policy coherence and long-term vision are also essential for achieving lasting impacts, such as sustainable urban development. Aligning various policy frameworks, such as urban planning, housing, transportation, and social development, is also crucial for a holistic and integrated approach to sustainable urban development, where there's political commitment and cross-sectoral coordination are also necessary to ensure that policies and interventions are mutually reinforcing and contributing to the overall goal of spatial planning and socio-economic sustainability. So the framework for spatial and socio-economic sustainability in cities of the Global South, based on lessons that are learned from the city of Ekurhuleni, offers a comprehensive approach to address complex urban challenges. It integrates spatial planning strategies, inclusive governance, and targeted socio-economic interventions, which aim to promote sustainable, inclusive, and resilient urban environment.
Yes.
The framework emphasizes,
I'm so sorry.
it emphasizes compact and mixed development, green infrastructure, integrated transport systems, inclusive governance, and targeted interventions like equitable access to housing, job creation, and social infrastructure. However, the implementation of the framework comes with these challenges, such as political will, institutional capacity, financing, stakeholder coordination, and data availability. The strategies such as stakeholder engagement, policy integration, pilot projects, partnerships, and monitoring and evaluation can help cities navigate these challenges and facilitate sustainable urban development initiatives. The city of Ekurhuleni's journey towards spatial and socio-economic sustainability provides valuable lessons for other cities in the Global South, and by embracing the framework and learning from the city of Ekurhuleni, there can be a transformation through urban landscapes, contributing to environmental protection, economic growth, and social inclusion. Sustainable urban development requires a collective effort from government, communities, private sectors, and civil society organizations to work towards a shared vision of sustainable and equitable cities. So in conclusion, the framework offers a practical comparative approach for cities in the Global South to navigate their complexities of urban development. And by adopting this framework, cities can therefore create a more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable future for their residents, fostering collaboration, innovation, and a positive transformation in urban environment. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Sir Mashika, for your presentation, and that was a very insightful presentation where you talked of creating a framework for ensuring spatial and socio-economic sustainability in cities, and taking into consideration your case study. Ekurhuleni, it's a very good case study for this, and like what we have mentioned, that this framework usually should involve examining both various aspects, such as issues of urban planning, infrastructure development, community involvement, and economic policies. So thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. And if there's anyone who has any comments, any questions, you may write them in the chat box so that we can discuss about that at the end of our presentations. Before we move to our next presenter, I encourage you, colleagues, to mute your mics so that we won't hear the background noise and we won't disturb the presenter. So moving on to our next presenter, I can see that Charlo is in the room, and you are the one who will be presenting next. And are you ready for the presentation?
Yes, Chair, I am ready.
All right, thank you so much. So Charlo Mwimba is going to present on spatial inclusivity and transformation in South African cities, taking into consideration a case of East London and Port Elizabeth. So thank you so much, Charlo. You can have the floor.
It's still morning. Good morning, Chair, and all the participants. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Sure. Okay, sure. And I'm sure my presentation is
yes, we can see it on the screen, yes.
Yes. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I think we're also moving to the next study. Just a small correction there. I think the one we looked at in detail is the case of East London. And I think our paper looked at three things, actually: spatial inclusivity and transformation in the South African cities. And we looked at the case of East London. And to begin with, I think we're going to look at why inclusivity in cities matters, and then what are the dimensions of inclusivity. Then we look at spatial transformation in South Africa, especially looking at the two that we have now, the SPLUMA, Spatial Planning and Land Use Management legislation that came into effect in 2015. Then we'll look at the case of East London and conclude. But I think you can see, like all the discussions that we've had before, that we look at spatial inclusivity. As you can look at the picture, there is spatial inclusivity, which is more in the global north, where we look at accessibility for maybe the paraplegic and the others. But if we look at the spatial inclusivity in the context of the south, you can see that it has to do with a lot of informality, as was discussed before. So then why does spatial inclusivity matter? And I think, sorry, I'm looking at the background. And if you look at the background, it is, I think what was even said by the professor from Nigeria is to know that the cities are the economic and social engines of the world, and they are the hubs of innovation, creativity, and cultural exchange, and that they play an increasing and important role in shaping the future of humanity. But cities can also be the epicenters of inequality, with marginalized groups being excluded from the benefits of urbanization. So if we look at the cities of the global south, this is where I think we need to address these issues of inequality and the exclusion in the cities. So spatial inclusivity comes in, which is aims to ensure that everyone, regardless of their socioeconomic status or background, have equal access to the opportunities and resources that cities offer. So the inclusivity of cities, therefore, is a very important issue, not only for, I think, urban planners, but for all the stakeholders who are involved in urban development and its management. I think what we bring to the fore in this paper is the unique challenge in the South African context, in that whilst we need to have cities that are inclusive, but the South African challenge requires the cities to be transformed as well, so as to address the spatial injustices of the past. So in our, I think our paper, if you look at it, that's the question we try to answer, to say, can we say the city of East London is addressing these dichotomous challenges of inclusivity and transformation? Why does the inclusivity matters? I think there are several reasons why inclusivity is important and why it should matter. And the following are some of the examples, I think about 5. It has to do with urbanization. We do know that, I think, according to the World Bank, we have about 70% of the world's population that is living in cities, that will be living in cities by 2030. And cities will be generating a worldwide GDP of about 80%. So if we are looking at the economic progress of the global economy, and indeed any country like South Africa, it can be derailed due to the inequality and exclusion in cities in which the majority of the population lives. The other reason has to do with poverty alleviation. Inclusivity has a role to play in the fight against poverty, and inclusivity in global development goals, such as the UN Sustainable Development Goals, that calls for inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable cities. And if we look at the World Bank's twin goals of ending extreme poverty, whilst at the same time promoting shared prosperity. The other reason is that creating a healthy city. An inclusive city is a healthy city which enhances the quality of life of its residents, as has been argued by the Hong Kong Planning Department. And I think the last reason that we have here is that of, I think, the World Bank slogan. And I think you can see Professor Chipung also used the same caption, the World Bank's motto of everyone counts. So it has to do with the centrality of inclusivity to the core values of humanity, not to exclude any human being. And this has been echoed by the World Bank. So the dimensions of inclusivity, according to the World Bank, are 3. And I think even these were presented before. It has to do with spatial inclusivity, okay, which is an ideal that all individuals, regardless of their background or physical ability, should be able to access and use public spaces without barriers or discrimination. Then the other issue of social inclusivity, which is about promoting equality and improving participation, particularly for people who are disadvantaged. So social inclusion in cities is hinged on 2 cardinal requirements: the rights of the residents and their participation. And then there is economic inclusivity, which I think if we will see the case of East London, and which is, I think, the dimension that is spoken about a lot in South Africa, has to do with the practice of creating an inclusive urban economy that provides equal opportunities, access, and benefits to all individuals and communities, regardless of their background, socioeconomic status, gender, ethnicity, or other characteristics. So economic inclusivity ensures that everyone has the chance to participate in and benefit from urban economic activities. So those are the 3 dimensions of inclusivity. Now we come to look at I think this other challenge of transformation in South Africa, the transformation of South African cities. So, and this, I think the issue of transformation has been on the agenda in urban planning and practice since 1994. And most planning policies such as the NDP, the National Development Plan, and the Urban Development Framework, which was already referred to, refer to that. And in the context of South Africa, spatial transformation is often considered a broad term used to very loosely in public policy, academic research, and popular writing, and sometimes simply referred to as major urban change or restructuring. We have the National Spatial Development Framework of 2022, which defines the term spatial transformation as a carefully and collaboratively planned and well-managed process of one, I think, locating infrastructure. So spatial transformation comes firstly to do with the location of spatial infrastructure. It secondly deals with the provision of social services. And thirdly, it deals with allowing, placing, and incentivizing economic activities in settlements in such a way that the segregated spatial patterns inherited from colonial and apartheid times are broken down, and the inefficiencies, injustices, and inequalities in access to economic and other opportunities resulting from these past patterns are corrected. If you look at, I think, the third meaning we heard from the city manager for eThekwini, how they are trying to address those issues. But there is, I think, the argument for the typical apartheid city, what we call like a typical apartheid city. And the structure of a typical South African city today as a product of apartheid planning, and is a product of apartheid planning and its implementation. It is therefore important that discussions on spatial transformation in South Africa should start with the question of what is to be transformed. So that is the spatial creation of the apartheid city and its apartheid geography. So how do we, I think, transform spatially the apartheid city and its geography? So the discussion should also be focused on challenges that confront the country regardless of apartheid. So this is our, I think, discussion. Our argument here is to say that we do have, okay, the challenges of urbanization, and I think we'll give you that information in the case study. The issue of informality or irregularity in the South African cities, apart from that spatial transformation which has to be addressed. So how do we deal with these two challenges of spatial exclusivity or inclusivity and spatial transformation? So what requires in terms of transformation, and has been argued by this, sorry.
You also understand, in terms of our...
Okay. It requires, I think, space transformation. This invariably is about transformation of land. Who owns it? Who uses it? Who has access to it? What value is placed on it? How is it prioritized? And people-centered land development. How do we cater for the pedestrian walkways and public transport? Then there is also the issue of transforming politics and power. This relates to tackling the challenges of corruption, political power brokering, and inefficiencies. But there is also the issue of transforming the management and capacity, using a multidisciplinary skill set that are required to deal with the complex urban and land reform issues. And if you look at this management, I think some scholars, I think it's Dr. Kosef, has done some work on the case of the city of Tshwane, which is Pretoria. But you also need to transform the institutions and the intergovernmental relations, and transforming them into effective intergovernmental relations that is played by the different spheres of government and institutions. So then we look at the Spatial Planning, okay, and Land Use Management Act. This is like the tool that has come to be used to guide and effectively give effect to the spatial transformation and the aspirations that the country wishes to achieve in post-apartheid South Africa. So one of the things that the Act makes is to make it mandatory for municipalities to vote for land use schemes, inclusive of all areas which were previously not covered by land use schemes. So there is that inclusion coming in terms of the land use schemes. And then also the legislation requires that all spheres of government develop spatial development frameworks that can be considered as the most critical instrument to realizing spatial transformation. So the different SDFs are the mechanisms through which the transformation principles contained Pluma should find expression in a specific spatial context. And that is according to the South African Cities Network. So if we look at we go and look at the case study of the East London. East London is a city located in the southeastern coast of South Africa in the Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality in the Eastern Cape. And it is the second largest industrial center in the province. And so the focus of our case study was on the analysis of the high-level plans for the spatial development of the town or the municipality as contained in the spatial development framework and the integrated development plans of the municipality. So I think looked at the high level, the spatial development framework, the strategic documents that need to guide spatial transformation. That's what we looked at. And then in 2020, the Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality reviewed the SDF, which was supposed or is meant to be SPLUMA compliant to achieve the objectives of SPLUMA, as I said in the previous slide. So the SDF contains a spatial development vision for the metro over a 10-year horizon from 2020 to 2030. So we are 3 years in the implementation of that spatial development framework. Then the first thing we looked at is the spatial development vision. And if we looked at it, we noticed that the SDF refers to the IDP vision and spatial development concept. So there's no specific spatial development vision statement in the SDF. That is, I think, one of the challenges that we found, that there isn't a specific spatial development vision, but there is that one of the IDP. So then if we looked at inclusivity, we noticed that there could be many reasons or factors that can account for the low spatial inclusivity. So, and what we noticed is that the first reason could be that spatial inclusivity is not identified as a critical objective for spatial development in the city of East London or the Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality at large. Inclusivity is important only as far as economic inclusivity is concerned, not necessarily spatial inclusivity. And if we look at that, the IDP has a strategic objective on inclusive economy. They call it inclusive economic growth and falling unemployment. Then the other one we looked is the issue of spatial inclusivity from a housing perspective. And this requires that housing be located in areas that are close to employment opportunities, are easily accessible, and close to nodes of transportation routes. And East London provides a unique case in that a unique case typical of the apartheid city, in which a black township of Mdantsane was located more than 20 kilometers from the city center. I think this is, in similarity to what we know like Umlazi in Durban and like also the location of Soweto. So in a purported public-private partnership, the city welcomed a massive development of approximately, or it's actually not approximately specific, or approximately 7,000 units in the east of the center, more than 20 kilometers from the East London CBD, which is like equally distant from Tanzania. So if we look at the case of East London, this is where we come and like, how can the city address inclusivity when it is coming to welcome or to support developments that take people away from places of employment and economic activity? The other aspect that we looked at in our case is the formalization of informal settlements. And one of the most prominent projects in the city is the Duncan Village Redevelopment Initiative, which I will do more, I think, in the next slide. And the DVRI provides an exceptional opportunity for spatial inclusivity in that Duncan Village is within a walking distance to the CBD. And according to the project's fact sheet on the HDA, the agency's website, the project targets a total of 7,714 sites that are to be upgraded over a period of 5 to 10 years. So the DVR provides a classic opportunity for use of housing for social inclusion.
Sorry, sir, you are left with 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I think I'll manage that one. Yeah. Okay. We looked at, okay, the other thing we looked at is the issue of economic inclusivity. And we looked at like the graphs that you find in the paper, how, okay, inclusive is the city over the years. And we looked at the increase in labor force participation rate for the Buffalo seat between 2020 and 2010, sorry, and 2020, and which exposes unemployment at an employment rate that has significantly increased during the same period. And the number of households that live on less than 30,000 rands a day or less per annum has decreased significantly, with the highest number of households falling under 54,000 to 72,000. Then also, I think what that data shows, the graphs that we've presented, is to show that indeed the municipality has made some strides in relation to economic inclusivity, though the targets are not known, like what targets have we been given in the city? We couldn't find them, and I think very few seats also have those targets. However, I think the growing unemployment rate is a cause for concern that requires the efforts of more than just the government. And then we had discussions with the Buffalo City officials that shed light on the lack of forums and constant engagement with the business corporations. The strategy of the Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality is also made up of 5 pillars, of one of which is the spatially transformed city. So we are now looking at the spatial transformation. We noted that spatial transformation is well acknowledged and prioritized in the municipality strategic document. However, the required analysis should be from implementation of the spatial transformation process and how the required parameters of transformation, such as space, politics, power, and management and capacity, are being implemented or achieved in the city. So I'll just skip these slides for the sake of time, in the interest of time. But I think if we look at the capital budget, okay, that we can say is dedicated to spatial transformation. So the budget, the city, for example, has a capital budget of 105 million, and of which, in the current financial year, of which only 14 million is being allocated for acquisition of land that is aimed at addressing spatial transformation. And we couldn't identify the geographical location of these projects, but we're assuming that the 14 million that is budgeted for the purchase of land is not a lot. So I think the conclusion there is that I think not a lot of money is allocated to spatial transformation. And if we looked at the SDB of like 2021, and that one did not even have any items for projects to invest in what can be considered as catalytic projects for spatial transformation. So I think that is what we have there. We will look at it. I think the important point, because we usually talk about, I think, informality and how the importance of the DVRI, and then this is what we just want to analyze and we looked at in detail. I think you can look at this project and the slide here, they shows you the magnitude of it. It's a dense informal settlement that targets that 7,700 and something units. If we look at it, this is how you can look at what has been planned to be done. You can see the photo on the left, what it exists now, and the planning, the spatial transformation that is intended. And as planners, you can see there are issues that have to do with the densities and how I think it is it will be very interesting. And I think even I and my colleague Gwyneth, we've said we're gonna continue studying this case study to see how feasible is it going to be to densify that density to what has been proposed to that level. Not talking of the community challenges that are being involved and the socio-economic dynamics of the people that still don't want to move out and don't want to listen the densities, and they even say they are interested in just having one unit on the ground, one Isiza, one Ikaya, as it is said. So I think our conclusion is that the unique history and spatial circumstances of South Africa sets the scene for the importance of not only spatial inclusion, but spatial transformation as well. And from the analysis based on the municipal strategic documents and focus interviews with municipal officials, it appears that the city has put more focus on economic and social inclusivity than on spatial inclusivity. And the spatial inclusivity and transformations lessons and insights from the City of East London identifies important gaps that can be addressed and can provide opportunities and lessons to help inclusivity and transformation going forward in other cities. Our conclusion is that the conclusion we can draw is that the City of East London's spatial inclusivity compared to other metros started by the South African Local Government Association is limited but not uncoordinated spatial transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwimba, for your presentation. And nowadays, taking into consideration, this is one of the most trending topics, the issue of spatial inclusivity in our cities. It's one of the most trending topics in planning, and I'm sure a lot of planners, a lot of researchers are trying to research on how best we can try to make our cities inclusive, and also taking into consideration your case study. You mentioned the issue of the Eastern Cape, and you mentioned that these issues of spatial inclusivity it's a bit limited in the Eastern Cape, but I think it's much more like that in most African cities. But some of these cities, they are trying their best to make sure that there is inclusivity in cities for all the residents. So for those of you who might have any questions, may you please post the questions in the chat box so that we can discuss those questions after the presentations. So our next presenter is Sam Stewart Mutabazi, but it seems as if I haven't seen him in the room. So for now, while we wait for him, we can move to the next presenter. And our next presenter is Dr. Tendo Mafame, who will be presenting on the title From Marginalization to Emancipation, the Transformation of Urban Systems in South Africa through Township Economies. Dr. Mafame, are you there?
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Mangara, and everyone and all the colleagues, the presenters. I will not put my video on, so let's just say that's when we're a little bit photogenic, but I am going to share my presentation with you guys. Let me just do that. I think you can just confirm with me if you can see my presentation. No. Okay, is my presentation visible?
Not yet.
Okay. Okay, I'll just start again the sharing.
Now we can see the presentation.
Okay. Thank you. All righty. Thank you, colleagues. I am honored and humbled to be here. I think also I'm privileged to speak now because most of you have actually introduced the theoretical aspects of my discussion. So as we have understood also throughout this morning was that, urban informality is part of us in Africa. And also it's something that when you are looking into Southern urbanism, informality is something that is uniquely South. And also ignoring it or saying like how Professor Jalili said that we just want to fire brigade it, it's not going to happen. We're not going to be able to destroy this, but this is something that we have to live with and actually embrace it, that informality forms part of our urban spaces. With this research, this is basically a review of a developing research. I will be looking here into the purposes of, how do we make townships to move from marginalization actually to emancipation. Why we have to do this? We are doing this with the purpose that we can transform the inclusivity of our urban system through the support of what we can call township economies. I always like by saying when I speak of township economies, I'm not necessarily referring to informal economy, which most of the time I understand that such words are used interchangeably. But township economies, it's an economic activities that happen within the township. So with the township economy space, it's a spatial concept. So it's more on the spatial where there is formal and informal economic activities. When we speak of township economy, we can as well be looking into our formal system more of like when we say a business park or an industrial park. Whereas informal economy on the other side, it refers more to the businesses which are not registered, not regulated, and it's what I refer to, it's more an spatial concept. So it's more on the informal activities across the city, and they exist both in urban and rural areas. Well, now, if you look into, of course, what is a township? Well, in South Africa, considering our history, we all understand that a township is a densely constructed settlements. There's some distance from existing city centers, so it's more on the periphery. But there's something which is unique about our country is that we have this apartheid township, which their purpose were more to serve as a dormitory settlement for Black workers who will be going to the city. But then again, townships continued. We still have townships in the post-apartheid South Africa, which now form part of the national housing subsidies, programs that resulted from programs such as RDP, PNG houses on cheap peripheral land, which is still continues. So you can see that now it also goes to informal settlement, where informal settlements is shacks on either formally developed land on the existing township, when there's a township and there's now informal settlement accompanying that, or sometimes it's informally occupied land and illegally. But what is also unique about South Africa is that townships are actually very legal. They are legal spaces. They do receive services, or they're actually supposed to receive all the urban services that any one in the space or in the urban space actually receives. So townships actually even receive services way better than rural areas. Into this now, the township economies, of course, it will involve things like backroom rentals, minibus taxi services, spaza shops, shebeen, childcare services, beauty salons, amongst many others. And you'll find also things like guest houses. These days you'll find hotels and restaurants that exist. So all those are actually formally tax-paying businesses. And also, this actually makes township to be essential spaces for urban development. Why? When you see this critical economy, of course, it's very critical when we are thinking of achieving social, economic, and somewhat environmental inclusion. Why? Because despite the townships actually being marginalized, they still deal with issues of poverty, they still deal with issues of crime. So those businesses, they actually survive with almost all those tough conditions. Hence, my message is mostly that, how about we support these businesses, we support these spaces with the aim of creating inclusive urban spaces. How do we support this? Well, for me who lives in the city center, I would love to also go and do my hair in the hair salon without the fear of my safety. I will probably love to go use an educare center, which is also in the township, again, without fearing the safety. So it's about changing the perception that actually changes in the space. Why we should also focus our energy in the township? Well, I say majority of urban dwellers live here. It's proven, we all know that. Also, according to the population density of South Africa, we do understand that majority of the people actually do live into these urban township spaces. The other thing is that if you look into the progression of township spaces, the progression of these spaces will be very critical in our country to achieve social, economic, and environmental inclusion of the urban area. So that's when now you'll be able to deal with issues of poverty, violence, informality, unemployment, and also marginalization, because by the support that you will create in that space, it can change immediately the perception. Same way as we'll go to the mall for shopping, we'll be able to go to the townships for shopping because there's something particular that that space actually offers. With this review, well, I am, of course, in the academic space. And when I'm in the academic space, it's still our duty to take some of this international theory and try to see how do we actually make them locally relevant. For instance, they explore the transition theory, which I think it will be vital, especially when we're looking into addressing the complex socio-technical systems that happen within the township. Why? Because transition theory, it assists in identifying the niches, the landscape, the dominant regimes that have actually made the space what it is. Why do we associate townships with crime? Why do we associate township with informality? What made that, and how do you change that? Well, the question of the how you change that, this forms part now of the critical urban studies, which actually looks into the logic that, what is the logic behind what you've created that uneven development? What is the logic that have created that social exclusion, spatial justices, what made a certain space marginalized? So that's why also with critical urban study, it also assists in challenging some of the dominant narratives that continues to reproduce the urban inequalities, because we know the bad perception that exists within the township economy, it perpetuates that bad message. Whereas if that similar space had a good narrative, it will actually change the way that we perceive it. So a young person can be able to go rent a flat in the township without associating that space that I can only go there when it's a last resort. Well, with participatory action research, to achieve all these things that we're ambitious about, it have to be collaborative. It can be done in silo, it can be done as a top-down approach. And then also it's like when you're dealing with this township space, you have to try to look into some of the reflective processes among stakeholders. How do you engage the civil society? How do you make sure that the community at large is part of actually what you're trying to create? Well, when I explore also some of the theory, I find that, of course, our South African government is very good with policy creation. They develop new policies all the time. There are a couple of policies that have been used to try to build or increase the inclusivity within the township space. For example, the Township Economic Development Framework for Metro Strategy. This was coming as a Gauteng Township Revitalization Strategy from Gauteng. And also this one, it was more run by the Inclusive City Program, Township Industrial Park Program. And right now, recently in 2023, you will find that, of course, we have the Township and Rural Entrepreneurship Program that started. So I was also very happy that the previous speaker spoke more on the relevance of the SPLUMA, because also the literature also does say, SPLUMA also, it can support township economies by trying to address some of the spatial injustices and the economic exclusion. And it can done this through zoning scheme, which allows for flexible land use and also trying to regulate informal businesses with the township. For instance, it can do this by integrating informal economic activities into newly developed malls and open public spaces. But of course, we know that Spuluma also has like challenges, is being criticized to continue to reinforce codification of the land use. But also Spuluma is also another policy that can actually drive the success in the township economic space. The other part is that we say, if you look into like how you can develop or the process of what you can follow, let's say when you are drawing from the participatory action research methodology, well, things like enhancing location and connectivity, this can be done through transport and technology, physical form and size. We all know that we are attracted by spaces that actually looks beautiful. It makes us feel safe. It makes us feel comfortable. Infrastructure and services, social dynamics and dealing with that, demographic and skills, acknowledging the history, and also not implementing new things into those spaces, but working with what the people are currently having, and you work on capacitating that. Well, I would say, the Western Cape Economic Development Partnership have also argued that, if you try to realize the local economic potential, it will depend on ensuring that in the township space, you support the capable enterprise, you support productive placemaking, and resilient social fabric. Why placemaking? It will help you to do with the density, diversity, and also connectivity. Enterprise, we all know that you need access to markets and thriving businesses. Social fabric is still very important. It touches on issues of security, community organization, social network, and also just the general aspect of community empowerment. Well, in closure, I say the way forward to this, well, there is no fix. Of course, we have to think of the combination of internal and external intervention. So it's more like the interventions that are currently happening in the township. What can the government bring? What can the policy bring? One more other thing, there is no one size fits all. Local context matters. Why? Because when I gave the definition of the townships, they are all different depending on how they've emerged, what is happening now. Well, other than that, we say start acting now. By starting to act now, we get the basics right. And also we try to support some of the existing economic activities. This goes beyond also trying to improve capabilities and strengthening multi-stakeholder partnerships, and also trying to support some of the community-driven and local ownership to support the township spaces. Well, in addition to this, I say, the importance of diverse stakeholders coming together and discussing the best practices, challenges, and promotion of inclusive urban development. It will allow for South Africa to actually achieve the needs of alternative development strategies. And also through these processes, we can be able to be emancipating the urban area, which that urban area, it values diversity, dignity, and difference within our urban spaces. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Mafame, for your presentation. And that was a very insightful presentation. And I'm sure the other colleagues in the room, they also agree with me. And one thing that I have picked so far from the presentations that we have done is that there is a need for stakeholder collaboration. There is need for a holistic approach in trying to make sure that we ensure that our cities are inclusive, especially in the global south, in cities in the global south. And I don't know why is it like it seems as if stakeholders, they are working in parallel. They are not working in an integrated approach, but that's something that we can leave for the discussion. So our next presenter was supposed to be Mr. Sam Stewart, but it seems as if he is not in the room. Mr. Mota, have you seen Mr. Sam in the room? Because I have been searching for him, but I can't see him.
No, no, I haven't. I haven't seen him.
Oh,
I think
all
we
right.
can just move to the next presenter. Yeah.
All right. Should we move to the next presenter, or we can have a roundup of a question and answer session? Then we move to the last segment of our presentations.
Okay. This one with Mbuso, what's there was a present, the fourth one, which is Mbuso and Claude.
That one is for the second session, because we still have 4 more presentations.
Okay, no,
So
that's fine.
for now, let's have our questions and engagement in the next 20 minutes, so that we can have our questions, we can discuss what have been presented by our presenters. So I have seen that in the chat box that there is the very first question is directed to Mr. Mashika Lindokule. I'm sure you are still around, and I'm sure you have seen the question from Dr. Simbane Gabi. She asked about what does the framework seeks to solve? What specific theories have you used in your research about the city of Ekurhuleni?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but your volume now, it seems as if it's very, very low.
Sorry, can you hear me? Hello?
Can you move a little bit closer to the mic, or you can speak a little bit louder, please?
Okay.
We can't. Your voice is very faint. We can't hear you clearly.
Okay, so the question of what the framework seeks to solve. So the framework is basically saying that spatial planning and economic sustainability should not be considered in isolation. What happens in eco-sociability is also linked to spatial sustainability. So in addressing economic factors and addressing spatial sustainability, there's an intertwine between the two. While they can be addressed in isolation, there is a need for the two to be addressed as one, such that when we are addressing spatial issues, we can at the same time also address economic issues, such that we have not addressed spatial issues, but we are still dealing with economic issues. These can be addressed at the same time. We used a symbiocity approach and ecological cities as economic cities as our theoretical basis, which basically say that these initiatives were launched by the World Bank as an effort to promote sustainable development and climate change. The initiatives recognize that cities are facing challenges at the local level with poverty and environmental sustainability, economic growth, and climate change. This approach is positioned towards saying that helping cities to achieve economic growth can also be ecological sustainable cities. They combine the ideas of attaining ecological cities and economic sustainable cities in one framework. I'm not sure if Hello, did you get that?
Yes, we can hear you. All right. Thank you so much, sir, for your answer. I'm sure Dr. Simbane Gawe has been answered there. I'm not sure if she wants to engage into this discussion as well, if she's still in the room. Thank you very much for your input with regards to this question. And also, I have seen another question from Helen that asked
about the data you were collecting. What data are you collecting and how do you measure spatial inclusivity? I think this is, before we move on to the next question, I can see a hand here from Ranani. Yes, you can unmute your mic, then you can pose your question or contribution.
Hi, good morning. Is it still morning? Yeah, afternoon, Chairperson, and then afternoon to everyone, colleagues. So my question is directed to Dr. Thendo Mafame. And then, yeah, first and foremost, I think thank you so much for your presentation. I think it's a brilliant presentation. Touching also on very important topic in the country and all that. So my question is, I just wanted to find out from you to say, do you think what we know as township economy have or what we know as townships in South Africa, do you think it has what it takes to sort of build sustainable economy, looking at things like the land mass of the townships in South Africa, looking at what it was formally designed for? Does it have what it takes for it to build exactly what we want? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. So I have been exploring this space of township economies for quite some years now, and I think when you look into the space and how it's able to thrive, how it's able to survive, how it's able to be self-organized, I think it does present a very interesting model that we often overlook, that this is the way of surviving. You can remember that in township, people are already surviving. People already have businesses. But of course, these businesses, they don't go beyond that space because they're just missing something. That's why I say they're missing that new narrative that can actually say, well, a preschool in the township is just as equally important as the preschool in the suburb. But most of the time, because of the association and historical emergence of how townships emerge, of course, I do acknowledge that it will take time, but I think eventually it will be something that can actually even be the model of the future cities in the global south. Why I say this? Well, if you find yourself mostly in Europe, you will find that they will usually have Gothic towns and historical medieval towns that today, those spaces, they actually use to attract tourists. And also those spaces were small, still with narrow streets, but today it brings kind of a different vibe within that particular space. So I still think like townships, they can actually be able to achieve something similar to that when the narrative of how those spaces are can actually change. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Mafame. Is there anyone with any questions, any contribution? You can raise your hand, then you can also engage into the discussion in this room. While we are still waiting for the questions to pop up, I have a question directed to our Chief Planner, Mr. Mwimba. In as much as we have been talking of this issue of spatial inclusivity in our cities, I wanted to ask, can we say, especially in South Africa, we have enough policies that can address this issue of spatial inclusivity in South Africa, or probably we have to revisit the policies that are currently there? The reason why I'm asking that this is currently we are much more using Spluma maybe as our cornerstone, as the main policy. And in as much as talks of inclusivity, you have also mentioned about the issues of informal settlement upgrading and so forth. But then in as much as we look at these issues of informal settlements, we have seen that there seem to be a problem with these informal settlements in as much as we can try to provide basic services like water, electricity, and so forth. But there's one aspect that I'm still much more concerned about, especially on the issue of safety, especially this season that we are now. We have quite seen a lot of these informal settlements. Most of them, they are being affected by fires and etc. etc. So I don't know if you have a comment on this, Mr. Chalo member.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, sure. Let me first, I think, provide the short answer. To me, it is no. We don't have enough policies. I think spatial inclusivity is not something that features a lot in, I think, our South African IDPs or spatial strategic documents. That is the short answer that I can give. I think one reason could be that it is overshadowed by economic inclusivity. You remember we talk of the third economy, and I think that's what we focus on to say, how do we formalize the economic activities that everyone is doing in the rural townships, in the townships. But when it comes to spatial inclusivity per se on its own, it is not something that features a lot on the agenda. And if you also look at it, I think we've more focused on transformation, more on transformation than in spatial inclusivity. So that is why I think for me and my colleague, this topic of spatial inclusivity is a very welcome topic so that it can start to feature and register on so many policy documents, or it can be brought to the fore and all the decision makers are made aware of it, and we can have a discussion about it. And if we talk about the informal cities or the informal townships, so it is, I think, a topic very close to my heart when we talk about the informal cities, informal townships, or the informality that goes with it. Also, I think the associated economic activities. And I think that is why I was so, I think, happy with that doctor from SOPLAC. He was, I think, giving an example who spoke about Europe and how they had those narrow streets before the motorization of the cities, and those narrow streets now are used as tourist attractions. And I want to come and think and say how, I think I was saying, how do we turn the informal settlements or the irregularity or the informality that is so profound into something that can be bringing economic benefits to the residents. And we look at Africa. Actually, by the way, I'm coming from Zambia. The city manager of eThekwini said Durban is 40% informal. If we look at African cities, it even goes like 70% At one time, I think in my country, Zambia, they were like 69% in informality. And when we talk about this, and that's what I've said even as planners to all my other colleagues to say, let's just take an interest, pick any city in Africa and go to Google Earth and look at how planned is it. You see that I think majority of it, maybe 70% is informal. And unlike the South African cities, that is the more reason why I think we should always, I think, be talking about the informal cities and their exclusion or their inclusion, and always put it on the agenda of urban planning and management in South Africa, so that we constantly try to address the issue of the informal cities. But I think we know the complexity, and a lot of studies have been done on the informal cities, but we can't talk about informal cities or how do we keep them or reduce them if we are not talking about releasing land, making land available for formal planning and getting municipalities to be efficient in releasing land and approving applications for development. But I can talk a lot about informal cities, but I'll end there, Chair. I think my short answer is no, we are not putting a lot of spatial inclusivity on the urban agenda or urban management discussions in South Africa. And we need to have conferences like this and have some more. Whenever an opportunity arises, we come to start talking about it, so that we don't only talk about transformation, we also talk about inclusivity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your very comprehensive and well-articulated response in relation to this. And I'm sure a lot of colleagues will agree with you with what we have expressed in relation to this question. And I can see we have quite a number of hands in the room, and I will start off with allowing Claire Norton to have the floor and make the contribution. So you can unmute your mic and engage into the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
My name's Claire Norton. I'm the Senior Land Use Manager for eThekwini Municipality. And it's certainly an extremely important discussion around inclusivity, both spatially, socially, and economically. I think the challenge that we've been trying to address here, and I'd love to hear some experiences from the other cities, is looking at our actual land use management scheme and using those controls to assist communities and residents to formalize what they have, because often, much as we have policies and we have plans and we have spatial plans that show where we would like activities to go, when it comes to the nitty-gritty of making an application, that is when often it is beyond the means of so many people who might have a very small tuck shop or a spaza shop or a home business, and yet they have much to contribute. And those are left as illegal uses and yet should and could be formalized. And also falling into that is the early childhood development facilities. So we've looked at how the scheme can react to that to try and reduce the red tape around formalizing lesser impacting uses to improve this access to formality, both within informal situations and formal townships, because obviously during COVID, a lot of people have taken to having to have an economic base at home. So I'd be interested to hear if that has been the experience elsewhere, and not just at a high level strategic level, but whether the actual schemes or the town planning regulations are at a statutory level are being explored. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Claire. And I see there is also another hand from Ikechi. You can unmute your mic and engage into the
yeah, thank you. My name is Ambassador Dr. Ikechi Abuba, and to confess, I just saw an email about this conference from one of my contacts, and I'm trying to get his name now, but I know he should be in KwaZulu-Natal. So I was asking you about this conference. I was, PMing you to know actually what this conference was all about. But I was trying to fill out the questionnaire at the same time. But anyway, I've been in the academia for a while. I did my postdoc in South Africa getting to 10 years ago now at the University of Fort Hare. And my research has always been around food and agribusiness, development studies, and all of that. Recently, I started to talk about urban and regional planning with my Indian friend who is an architect. And I would have invited him if I was if I knew about this that this meeting will roll out this way, because he will really contribute a lot to the discussion of today. So we are building something on the strategy I developed recently, which I would love to look at it and see if we can work on this inclusivity thing and informal cities, since it touches on transformation. Since when I listened to Claire speak, I was also blessed by what she said. The way she tried to ask a question, but she also recalled some points which helped me to understand the whole idea. But permit me to talk a bit about myself. I've been recently appointed Director for Innovation, Research and Development for African Diaspora Collective. And last year I earned an award as the Global Mentor of Change. And I've been a diaspora ambassador, diaspora research leader, and I've consulted for United Nations twice. So what we are trying to do now is to bridge the gap between research and industry. And I would love to work with serious-minded people who are, in different areas, not just this food and agriculture thing where I have been, playing, roles for about 2 decades now. And coming back to the issue of inclusion, because I've just finished filling my form now. Can I say that no amount of social or financial inclusion can make up for exclusion from, those plans around the city and the policies that touches on economic, issues about life? I'm joining you from the United Kingdom, from Birmingham City. And I can tell you that there's a lot of that inclusion or inclusiveness or inclusivity goes with transformation. I think, in fact, yesterday I was just brainstorming on how our societies get, when our societies are getting more developed. So you find out that in developed societies, the level of inclusivity also goes high, because we are now talking about looking at the issues that touches on people's comforts, people's, how they are treated, how they are loved. Yeah, so the urban informal workforce, especially the working poor, they need to be recognized. valued, and most times supported as economic agents, and because they all have their own parts to contribute. And I'm originally Nigerian, and you know how Nigerians are. We are very powerful people when it comes to hustling and enterprising. I'm not saying it because I am Nigerian, but I can tell you that because I'm very sincere to that extent. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie was my childhood schoolmate. We attended the same school, and somehow you find out that Nigerians are having issues with this inclusivity thing. Why? But when we get out, we are flourishing. We are pushing, and making a lot of, noise and transforming. We are very powerful tools in transforming cities and lands. But when I was in South Africa also, I saw a lot of things which I wouldn't want to say here except to my friends, but I love South Africa a lot. Even most of my students that I, that I mentored there, we are together. And in fact, I see myself more like a South African than a Nigerian as we speak. But we still need to, these issues, we need to take it seriously, not just academic thing. We need to take it from, from our lips, from this discussion to practicing it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Dr. Ikechi, for your contribution. And I agree with you that in as much as there is a lot of research being done on these issues of inclusivity, we really need to make sure that we implement all the ideas that are being discussed around this topic. And currently in South Africa, we have quite a number of metros that are trying their best to address these issues of inclusivity, taking into consideration the city of Cape Town, the city of eThekwini, as well as Ekurhuleni, only to mention a few. And some of them, they are still in the process of implementing these issues of spatial inclusivity. And taking into consideration your main focus on the issues of food, agriculture, and economies, I'm sure it really fits well in our urban economy on how can we include those aspects to clearly define what we mean by probably be it city inclusivity. So I'm sure a lot of all the panel members that are in this room, they have heard what we have mentioned in relation to maybe some collaborations on aspects of food, agriculture, issues of inclusivity in our cities, in the global south, as well as probably in the global north. And I'm sure they will definitely try by all means to connect with you. So I see there is another hand from Mr. Muta.
Okay, thank you, Che. I'm sorry for maybe trying to be a referee as well as a player. I know I'm supposed to be co-chairing, but I have a question to Dr. Mafame and also Dr. Mwimba. Since there's all talk, especially in South Africa or in most of the African countries, we all talk about issues to do with fourth industrial revolution, development of smart cities. As far as spatial transformation is concerned, because I noticed on your presentation sort of are sort of inclined towards spatial transformation. So my question is, are there ways digital or technological advancement can be used to facilitate positive transformation or positive spatial transformation? Are there ways digital or technological advancement could be used to facilitate positive spatial transformation? Yeah, that's my question in short. Any one of you can answer me, or both of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mutsa. Well, I would say technology or spatial transformation using technology is not really my focus area, but I think if we are speaking just on a general trend that we usually see with social media, for example, I think social media can actually be like a biggest tool into changing the perception and the transformation of how people can perceive like urban edges and some of not so well accepted urban spaces. Why? Because usually these days we are really influenced by how we see when people are traveling on Instagram, for example. When something is Instagrammable, everybody wants to go there and Instagram it too. So if there's a way that those spaces can be made that they can be Instagrammable without us getting robbed our phones, of course, I think it can also contribute. But of course, technology is not really my core area. Thank you.
All right, Doc, thank you.
Please allow me to jump in to answer that question. I want to agree with the last speaker and also paint a very good analogy. Like, we know about that technology is a game changer. Technology is a driver of sustainability. Technology is a driver of transformation. We have seen it happen, in many areas. Now, relating it to inclusivity, and in the topic of discussion and the question that our brother asked, when you look at infrastructure development or infrastructure advancement or infrastructure progress which aligns with technology, you find out that it's one of the proxies or measurements or indicators for measuring economic growth or economic development, because it touches on comfort and standard of living. So therefore, can I underscore that technology helps in inclusivity? Because when you identify social, like Claire helped me out when she talked about social inclusivity, inclusion, physical inclusion, and the other one, economic, yes. You see that technology touches on each of them. Let's take the economic aspect. When you talk about economic, what does it tell you? Economics is a social science which studies human behavior as a relationship between ends and scarce means which have alternative uses. And that tells you what is still within the social aspect, but it goes beyond the social aspect. What of the money that I have to use to buy food? What of the money that I have to use to settle this need or the other? We are here in this part of the world, and we see, most, people move from Africa to the UK, like myself. Why are we moving? Some people are moving because they feel that they will be inclusively, yes, those language. This is not my core area, but I had to start to internalize it and also try to conceptualize it at the same time. Yeah, so let me stop. I think the guy that gave me the link is Ukbola. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ambassador Dr. Ikechi, and I'm sure Mr. Mota have been clearly answered his questions. So next, we are moving on to our next presenters. If there is anyone with any questions, I think for the last presenters, I'm sure we have managed to ask questions, and it seems as if there are not any more questions. So moving on to our next presenter, I will call upon Nazmo Haq, who will present on the current state of the distribution of ecosystem services in urban areas as in review. So we decided to jump the other two presenters. They will present, but Nazmo asked us if they can present now because of the time differences. So the floor is yours, Nazmo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Co-Chair, and ladies and gentlemen. Good evening and good afternoon, actually, but for our time is now night. So basically, myself, Mohammad Nazmul Haq, and I am doing my PhD in Hiroshima University. So today I will gonna to show one of my output of my research, which is basically the accessible ecosystem services in urban landscapes, a scoping review. As we all know that the inclusive city is now need to be achieved for achieving the SDGs. To achieve the to inclusivity, so accessible ecosystem service is one of the main criteria to ensure the inclusive city criteria. So that's why I wanted to focus on this topic. So basically, this is some glossary of terms which should I want to carry in on of my presentation. That's why I want to show that in here I will describe in which term actually what does it mean in my whole research. So we all know that accessibility means the degree to which a physical space that we can easily access for one issues and one can go. And then urban ecosystem is the term is describe the interconnected network, the human settlement and also the infrastructure and the built environment. So basically this type of things provide some range of advantages which I call that ecosystem services. For example, the urban parks, for example, the canals, for example, the urban rooftop vegetations. So we have some services for all of these issues. So basically, I wanted to focus on either these all services accessible by all peoples, or who are actually the excluded from these services, and what should we do in the future to get access all of these things for all peoples. So I also focus on 5 different justice terms that should be used to assess the accessibility. And at first, environmental justice is explicitly consider the complex connections between different nature resources, political issues, and benefits. Where social justice is ensuring the justice of distribution regardless of race, gender, and income. Where distributional justice is focusing on the fair allocation and the access to benefits. And in procedural justice, we want it will judge the engagement and involvement of citizens in decision-making process, and then the recognition of users' desires and requirements. And all of these things are need to I will use in my research. I already used to assess the accessibility. So here is the overview of my whole research that is going to my research questions. I already explored that. I did a scoping review to accumulate the idea of current scope of research on accessible ecosystem services. Also, which ecosystem services are commonly studied, and how is the accessibility defined in the literature, and which communities actually the marginalized. So these are my research questions. For that, I wanted to focus on academic literature, and global perspective is my study area. And I also did some inductive and deductive approaches to extract the data from the papers and did a systematic review. And I have found some key findings that in Asia, Europe, and North America is more predominantly focuses this type of studies, like accessibility on ecosystem services. And on the basis of methods, remote sensing and model fitting are the most employed research methods. And among the ecosystem service types, I will describe in later. The cultural ecosystem services derived from the urban forest are extensively studied. So this is one finding, that other ecosystem service types is not so much highlighted than the cultural one. And also the ecosystem services are not accessible, I found from the several papers, and I will show you later. So, and if I wanted to focus on the marginalized group, I found that general urban residents and the minority groups are among the most affected they don't have the access to ecosystem services. So it's better to go with from introduction that yes, the last 10 years in urban sustainability schemes, ecosystem services is now widely accepted as a guiding paradigm. Different developed countries already used these ecosystem services to utilize their sustainable planning and modern cities. But still, their access to these services is often not same for all. Maybe some group of people can easily access some part of the cities. They can easily organize and people can easily access, but some of people can't access in this area. So this disproportionate, the uneven distribution cause the accessibility issues. That's why it is imperative to evaluate the current accessibility status of ecosystem for promoting the just cities. Because without ecosystem services, we can't even think the cities, because the nature-based solutions currently is very going on, that if we can use the nature instead of the man-made interventions like cooling, like hot temperature, like air circulations, it would be more sustainable rather than the man-made. So that's why I wanted to focus on these issues. This slide I will gonna skip because this is only the literature review of major findings, and that's why I found that several papers already did some things, but still the accessibility status of ecosystem service in urban areas is need to be explored on the basis of how they analyze the units, how they define the providers of ecosystem services, how they have the relationship with the ownership patterns, and who are the marginalized groups, and what is the spatial localization. That's why I wanted to focus on my study. So these are the motivations. Yes, if we determine the spatial skills, it should be suggest location-based inaccessibility views, and which portions of the world are inaccessible and what should be done for these spaces. So we need to do a spatial scale of this analysis. And also, if we want to get the ecosystem service providers information, it would be help us to provide the exact providers for such ecosystem services in their city. And also the ownership structures also play a significant role, because if it is private, then no everybody have no access to these services. So we need to also work on these issues. And even if it's public, then maybe no monitoring, maybe no issues. So later we will discuss on issues. So that's why I wanted to focus on my topic, that my objective is to explore the accessibility status of urban ecosystem services based on existing literature. And these are my research questions I already discussed in my first slide. So now I will move on my materials and methods. For doing a systematic review, actually, I followed the PRISMA framework, which is a well-recognized and accepted framework for doing the systematic review. For that, I need to maintain a search string, and I did a preliminary review, and I have found some keywords, and then I make a string and also search in Web of Science and Scopus, because these two databases is well recognized and acceptable. And from this search turned me around 3,306 papers. After that, I followed the PRISMA excluded and included inclusion criteria, and one by one, after that I have found 119 papers for full article review for my research. My inclusion criteria are basically, this paper should be focused on urban scale. These papers should be focused on ecosystem services. This paper should be focused on accessibility status of ecosystem services by the communities. So these are my inclusion criteria, how I include these 119 papers. And then this is the review protocol, how I did my data extraction. I followed deductive and inductive both the way. The table showed the deductive way had the predefined codification. When I read every papers, I just make some code and take the information from each papers. And also I did some inductive method for some, like the providers, like urban forest or urban green or urban blue, which part provide the ecosystem services. These type of things I did the inductive way. And also the accessibility concern, like which type of justice they are explored to shape out the accessibility issues. So these are my inductive way to, and in this way, how I can manage the data in Excel spreadsheet, and I make the codification, and also I did some analysis later on these issues. So this is my overall view of my method that I at first did some review, then I found my research gap, then I did a systematic literature search for in Web of Science and Scopus, and then I extract the data both inductive and deductive way. After that, I analyze the data in simple statistics and also Sankey diagram to show visually represent my data. And then I also have some critical observations and policy implications in my study. So the current scope of the research, the figure showed us that yes, from 2017, the scope of the rise of the publications on these accessibility issues in ecosystem services has been risen up. Before that, there is a very rarely some papers found that they have discussed on accessibility conditions. So this is the one kind of analysis or decision we can make that yes, this is not a very old one. This is a new concept to incorporate the justice or accessibility concern with ecosystem services. And in terms of the global positions, Asia, Europe, and North America, they have the leading positions to publish this type of services because of the extension of research and the researchers availability. These type of things are reason dying behind. And on the found of preferred domains, I found that environmental science and ecology domain have received the more attention rather than other domains to publish the ecosystem services accessibility issues. So later on, the composition of ecosystem services and their providers, I already discussed there are several categorizations for ecosystem services, but in this study, I followed the MEA categorization. They categorize in 4 ways the ecosystem services. One is cultural, supporting, provisioning, and regulating. The regulating is regulate our climate. We can easily relate it to the climate regulations issues like cooling, the cool air, the hot in like in a summer, the tree shades. This gives us the regulating services. Provisioning services offer us the food, like food from tree, maybe some other species can take food from a river, and some of these type of things are provide the provisioning services. And support to live the livability, like one can stay like some species also stay in trees and in parks. They provide the supporting services. And also the cultural means like social placing, like playing, physical exercise. So on the basis of our findings, we show that this figure showed that Asia, Europe, and North America has the main stream of these services, of these studies based on the accessibility of ecosystem services, and cultural ecosystem services have gained the main lion's share of the whole on other ecosystem services. So basically, researchers are mainly focused on the cultural ecosystem services, and they assess the accessibility of cultural ecosystem services by the communities. And the right side, the figure showed the providers of each ecosystem services. I categorized in different ways, like urban forestry and urban water bodies combinedly, or only urban water bodies, or only green roofs. I found that 80 papers out of 119 papers focused that urban forestry is the main providers who provide these ecosystem services in the urban areas. So yes, among the methodologies, I found that there are 3 wings of methodologies the researchers mainly followed: qualitative, quantitative, and mixed. Among them, I found that in literature review is the main focus of the qualitative research. The researchers are finding accessibility of ecosystem services. They find the evaluation and they find the status of the accessibility of the communities. But they also focused on some GIS and remote sensing modeling. Nowadays, the incorporation of GIS and remote sensing is very how can I say, is very emerging for all of the researchers basically in the environmental science also. So they also focused on some modeling like TOPSIS, like INVEST, and also some researchers also found some Gini coefficient to judge the accessibility conditions of the communities. And also, I also found that some papers, they focused on mixed, like qualitative and quantitative, both way they judge the accessibility issues of the communities. Later, we focus on the Sankey diagram of showing the relationship between the geographical location, the spatial scale, and analytical unit. It shows that most of the papers are focused on the local scale. It means researchers are focusing like only maybe one urban area, like one urban street, one neighborhood, one parks. and they judge and they assess the accessibility of this nearby populations to whether they access or not. And for doing this, they focused on an analytical unit in the green infrastructures like urban forestry, urban parks, rooftop vegetations. These type of things they explored, that how people can easily access to urban parks or urban greeneries, and is it possible that they can access or not? Yeah, if yes, how? If no, why? So even the researchers also focused on the published literatures, like the systematic review from the other published papers. We find that yes, this paper found that they have no access. This paper found yes, the access to ecosystem services. This type of analytical unit they also used in recent literatures. And if now this figure showed us that there's a 4 different wings I categorized in the primary ecosystem services, that either this is accessible or not, and the last one is question, yes, is it accessible? So I found that there's 104 papers that showed that there is no accessibility to ecosystem services in the by their analysis. And then I showed the ownership of providers that built-in infrastructures are urban forestry, like urban water bodies, like green roofs. They are supported by the private or the public, or the public, private, or generic. So which should be their ownership? And I have found that the result showed that if it is public, then there is some partial accessibility happens in there. It means maybe some people can access and some people can't access in this ecosystem services. So if the ownerships is controlled by the policymakers, that it makes public for all peoples are easily access on the issues, but not fully. But one interesting finding is that we found that in Singapore there is one paper. They found that yes, the ecosystem service is accessible by the urban people, but the ownership is like public private. It means that both conjoint ownership pattern. And most of the papers are focused on urban forestry as the ecosystem service providers. As mentioned earlier, I told that they are the mainstream providers for providing such ecosystem services in urban areas and in the. So basically we need to take care of this, that the sources are deliberately ignored, the other sources like urban water bodies, like urban greenery, like built infrastructure. So future work should be needed on other sources, because in the world we know that water is more than the land. So if we can utilize water bodies in the providing these sources, so it should be a good way to mitigate the urban heat island effect, to mitigate the climate change problem. So basically this is my findings of my for these figures. And if my question is the accessibility issues, I already discussed there is some justice parameters to assess the accessibility conditions. And from the literature I found that 5 mainstream justice issues are addressed to assess the accessibility conditions of the urban people. And found that yes, the environmental justice is the most often used in the literatures. What does it mean by industrial justice? I already mentioned in the previous slide that the environmental resources, like political issues, like resource distribution. So every paper found that yes, there is no environmental justice to access these ecosystem services. And also the distributional justice, the second mainstream from the literatures, I found that the distribution is not even, like it is polarized on political issues or on the basis of socioeconomic conditions, on the basis of power. So this is not distributed well in the urban areas. So that's why the inaccessibility occurs in that areas. And also the social justices, there's no social justice found in the literatures because of the extent, intention, and characteristics of different social groups. For example, I found on one case in Colombia that in urban parks there is different age groups can simultaneously use the urban parks, but there's no provisions for the old people. So old people are not willing to go the ecosystem survey to parks. That's why this is not accessible for them. So we should to be planned inclusive city, like the park should be designed for all peoples, and everyone can come and can enjoy, and then they can have the good access. And also we found that there is no recognition of justice exist in the literatures to they can support the accessibility, because the vulnerable groups, they are not recognized by the other peoples. Their own feelings, their demands, they're not acceptable. In a case on New York, we find that the lower status peoples have no right to say anything, to participate in urban planning, policy making issues. So that's why when the urban park was proposed by other persons, and local peoples have no say in the planning issues, that people are not willing to come because there is nothing to feel that yes, this is our issue. So this is the issue that's why the inaccessibility is matters in that places of the world. And also the citizen involvement, who is the main consider of procedural justice. We found that yes, this is also neglected in case of Brazil, in case of Sweden. We also found that yes, the peoples are deliberately ignored on their involvement in decision making or in the accessibility issues. So this is a basic for, how can I say, the summarization of which cities are actually focused on which type of justice or accessibility options. And as I mentioned previously, that environmental justice, this is the main key issue that judge or assess the accessibility conditions to the ecosystem services. And these are the key names that can make some sense to have a conclusion which cities actually promoted this type of justice issues to judge the accessibility of the community. So I'm approaching the last end point of my research, my presentations, and here I wanted to focus on who are the marginalized actually, because if we can find the marginalized people who are excluded from the accessibility conditions, then we can easily make some policy, can do some provisions to have easily accessible for them. My study found that in the literatures, it showed general urban or city community residents are most often ignored or excluded from the ecosystem services. They have no, they are the most sufferer or marginalized community. Like they are the daily users of the urban parks or urban cemeteries or urban pond or urban canals or urban facility. So that's why they have no easy access to go them to access to ecosystem services, to have to enjoy their leisure time, to do some exercise because of lots of issues. In case of China, we found that the general peoples are not occupied or informed by the government authority to access in the parks, and there is some restrictions in some cases in China that they need to pay to enter the parks. That's why people are not willing to do this, because if there is some provisions for paying money, then nobody will go there. So this is some issues of why general urban or city residents are suffered more. Following that, the minority group, on the basis of skin color, the race, and the power, they also suffered in access to ecosystem services. In case of Australia, we found that yes, and they have the skin color issues. The one minor communities from Indiana, they live in the urban parks, but they have rare access to the ecosystem services, because the peoples from Australian, they have easy access to the ecosystem services like urban parks, urban breeze. So this makes some negative effect of the community of who are excluded from the accessibility issues, because their mental, their physical health, and also I found one major findings from one issue in Spain, like green schooling campus is not designed for the lower status communities' children. So that's why the children of lower communities, they are depriving of the mental health, the physical health, good view and fresh air, and it makes some opposite directions for them to make their health going down. And so this is the issue, that how we need to address the marginalized group and what should be done in future to make this in inclusive way, to make a just city. So in conclusion, I need to conclude that yes, the literature predominantly focus on Asia, Europe, and North America, and remote sensing, GIS, model fitting are the most employed research methods I had mentioned earlier. To ensure the accessibility, it's necessary to develop a comprehensive framework, which is the main issues of my findings of my review, that in current literatures, there is no provisions for justice type and justice dimensions. They're all together mixing with one another. So if there's a comprehensive, should be, I will work in my empirical study that if we can make a framework, like one is for justice typology, one is for dimensions, like we can have a clear view, then we will make a specific policy for a specific type of job in accessibility of this type of ecosystem services and how we can get rid of. So the comprehensive framework should be considering the different types and dimensions should needed in future. And also urban forestry is more privileged as the providers of ecosystem services. Yes, obviously I also do agree with this, that there is a huge task of urban forestry in the environment, but we can't ignore the urban pond, like blue services, blue parts of the environment. We can't ignore the mixed, like the urban commons. So we need to, in future studies, we can do something like synergies to come up with a good conclusion. Maybe I will focus on empirical study on these issues. So yes, in fact, the critical analysis of accessibility conditions reveals a lack of justice encompassing the socioeconomic and environmental issues that I already mentioned in several case studies I found, and I also mentioned in some of in here, like USA, like in China. So if I wanted to prescribe some policies, yes, we need to recognize the community involvement. There is no second options to engage the community in any sustainable development goals. If the decision is from bottom up, not from top down, it should be more sustainable. We all know, because if we are an urban planning background, so bottom up approach is the most important to vitalize the community access to the ecosystem services. And also, if we promote some wetlands and parks, and it would be good to increase the amount and we can easily access. For example, if someone asks me that in your locality, can you access in urban and ecosystem services? I will answer, there is no ecosystem services nearby in my house. So how can I access? So if we plan more and more in neighborhood, one perks and one like a neighborhood concept, that it should be good for every people to access ecosystem services. And we should do some educational initiatives also. Some financial incentives is a very good idea. People are very fond of fund. If we provide fund for some people to do this, they're willingly, they will be do this, because they will get some money from this. For example, if someone, we ask, if you can enter the workshop, I will pay you. Yes, everybody will work. Okay, yes, let's go. But if you say it's voluntary, maybe someone interested will come and most of them will not come. So these are some things we can do, some financial incentives. Yes, I also agree that there are some difficulties, some challenges will come if we include the financial incentives with this, but we need to do some in a sophisticated way. That's why no problem will come that, and people can willingly do this. And also if we do this, we will go for the goal number 10, the reducing inequalities, and also goal 11 of SDGs, that make a sustainable cities and communities. Yes, I have also some limitations of my review that I need to recognize, need to acknowledge that maybe some new researchers can focus on this, or maybe I will focus on later on these issues. First one is the understanding the co-benefits, trade-offs, and synergies associated with the various types of ecosystem services is not a main concern of my research. So basically, this also needed, because like cultural services can also have some co-benefits, like they can serve as a regulating, as a provisioning also. So
sorry, Nazma, you have went beyond your time. Can you please
yes,
yeah,
this is the last slide. Thank you, Chair. So basically, and also I didn't focus on the gray literature, so it should be in future research should incorporate all of these things. So there's basically some references of my present research. And okay, thank you very much for your attention. And okay, I am looking forward to have some valuable observations.
All right. Thank you very much, Nazma, for a quite informative, interesting, and linked presentation. Yes, indeed, the issues of ecosystem services, urban ecosystem services, actually very, very vital, especially in the era of climate change and natural disasters in our cities. We find ourselves being drawn to the basics, or we find ourselves having this ecosystem services gaining traction as a way to combat or actually push back against this natural disaster. But it will be interesting. It will be interesting to hear from the panel during discussion how they view it. Also hear the questions from them, especially around the issues of access to these ecosystem services. So without further ado, I think we can just go to our next presenter. Please, colleagues, can you please stick to the time limits? We only have like 15 minutes for each presenter. So can you try to stay within the limits of your presentation time? So our next presenter is Musa and Pretorius and Sabelo. If you are in, can you please present? Thank you.
Can I dish for you?
All right. Musa is not in. There is Ibrahim also, who is in our midst. So you can just you can take off, Ibrahim. You can just present and then we see the next presenter. Dr. Ibrahim, are you there? Dr. Ibrahim?
Hello, sir. Yeah, can you hear me?
Dr. Ibrahim?
Yes, I'm here, sir.
Can you please present? Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my fellow colleagues. My name is Ibrahim Muhammad, a PhD student in the Federal University of Technology, Mina, Department of Urban and Regional Planning, of the area of specialization in urban governance and poverty studies, to present a paper titled Assessment of the Living Condition of Almajiri Children in the Urban Centers of Northern Nigeria. Sorry, I have some challenges and try to move to the next slide. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. So sorry for the interruption. According to the next slide, under the introduction, sir, according to United Nations Convention on the Child Rights Act, any person below the age of 18 years is being considered as a child. However, the convention, which was held in 1986, set out various declarations that will improve the quality of life of the children worldwide. Some states cite the declaration. some stateside declaration, including Nigeria. Some of the rights set out in the declaration include the right to education, healthcare, love and care, adequate food and shelter, and living in clean environment. In talking about the Almajiri system of the northern Nigeria. Yeah. Even though they were set up with the good intention of being an organized and complete education system for learning Islamic values, principles. Careful observation revealed that the majority of the Almajiri children of the places visited in urban centers of the northern Nigeria appear to be primarily children from the parents with low socioeconomic backgrounds. The Almajiri system, on the other hand, was seen by a Malan as a way of living to benefit themselves from the revenue of the student begging behavior, leaving the children helpless. The living condition of the children live with so much poor living condition, such as hardship and unfair resort to begging and taking menial job to survive. Therefore, it becomes imperative to undertake the assessment of the living condition of Almajiri children in the urban centers of the northeast Nigeria, to assess this deplorable living condition and its influence of the Almajiri children. The study area. The study was conducted in the northeast geopolitical zone of the Nigeria, close to 1/3 of the Nigerian size, about 880 kilometers, 419 kilometers are part of the northeast. It comprises of 6 states, which are Adamawa, Bauchi, Gombe, Taraba, Maiduguri, and Yobe. The sample frame for this study was 881 Almajiri children. The resident of the Almajiri children was identified in each of the cities selected, and the number of the children was obtained as at the period of the study.
Sorry, Dr. Ibrahim, can you put your can you please put your presentation on slideshow mode?
Yes, it's on slideshow.
Yes, okay. We can only see the first slide, and it's not moving.
Yes, I'm having also. That's why I muted for some minutes.
All right, Doc. Thank you.
Let me try to see how.
No problem. No problem.
What about now? Is it showing?
It's blank, but
okay. What about now?
Yes, now we can see. It's on slideshow. You can proceed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Okay. The data were collected by instructed questionnaire, physical observation, and photography using cluster and stratified random sampling techniques. The data collected was descriptively analyzed. Yes. Also, in this research, mean score is also used to determine the living condition of the Almajiri children. And Mann-Whitney U test is adopted in this research to analyze the difference between the living condition of the Almajiri school children in the selected cities. The result. The focus here is living conditions as related to each Almajiri children. The living condition variables cover are education, medical attention, personal hygiene, possession of the children, engagement in recreational activity, as well as feeding pattern of the children. Under each variables, we have some indicators to assist us in assessing the variables. Deprivation in respect of this variable is called living condition-based deprivation. As I mentioned earlier, we have 6 variables. Under 6 variables, for example, the first one is education. Under education, we have the age of the children, because according to the International Labour Organization, any child that is less than 16 years of age and engaged in working activities is being seen as child labor. Also, length of stay at the Almajiri school, attendant or formal school by the Almajiri school, and the level of education. Under the medical attention, we have places go for medical attention by the children, which we have about more than 60.6% of the Almajiri street children engage or patronize non-formal source of medical attention in Bauchi, in 53% in Damaturu, and the 58% in Gombe. Similarly, the person who is responsible for taking and payment for medical treatment of the children, where 60%, again, 60.6% of the children used to pay their medical bill themselves or by a good Samaritan. We have 57.6% in Bauchi and the 58% in Gombe. While at the regional level of the study, we have 59% of the students pay their medical bill or take the exam for their medical attention. Similarly, under the personal hygiene, for the bathing culture, the study found out that about 59% of the children at the study area have poor bathing culture. That they used to take bath either once in a week or bathing. Under the bathing, Mr. Chairman, sir, we have 43.2% of the children have poor bathing condition of their head. At the regional level, we have 42% of them. Access to cleaning authority. Mr. Chairman, if you are aware with the personal hygiene of the Almajiri children in the northern Nigeria, access to cleaning accessories is very important. That's why you used to see the children always dirty and poor looking condition, which we have 59% of the children are without the access of the cleaning accessory. That's the either to barb or to clean their clothes. The next variables is possession. Possession, that's the ownership of the Almajiri. The one of the variables we have is the use of sweater during the cool season by which the research shows that only 6% of the children have sweater for use during cool season in Bauchi, 10% in Damaturu and Gombe, and at the regional level of the study, only 9% of the children have sweater for use of the children. On the number of clothes, about 98% of the children under study in Bauchi have not more than 2 sets of clothes. Similarly, the mode acquisition of the cloth, 75.75% of the children in Bauchi used to have their clothes through donation by good Samaritans. Yes. The last one, sir, is the feeding pattern. Either through begging or they used to receive the food through sympathizers. Feeding adequacy. Yes, only 20% of the children say they were satisfied of the food they are receiving in Bauchi, 26% in Damaturu, 31% in Gombe, and at the regional level of the study, only 26% of the children are said to satisfy with the quality and the adequacy of foods they receive. Also, a number of food items has been identified, which is very nutritious to the development of the children, where only 7.2% have access to that food in Bauchi, 4.5% in Damaturu, 10.4% of the children interviewed in Gombe and 7.8% of the children are the only one having access to the food considered nutritious to the development of the children. However, sir, the next table, which is table 3, is the aggregate value for each of the 6 living condition indicators are shown in the table below. The result revealed that all the living condition indicators dimension have no much differences between the 3 states selected. For example, under the education, 52.23% of the children in Bauchi are being deprived of education, 52.02 in Damaturu, 51.73 in Gombe, and at the regional level of the study, we have 52.02. Medical attention. The study showed that 51.93% in children in Bauchi were being deprived of good medical attention, while at the regional level, we have 50.72%. The personal hygiene, sir, 56.27% of the children in Bauchi have poor personal hygiene. At the regional level, we have 54.54% of the children with the poor personal hygiene. Discussion, sir. The Almajiri children in the northern Nigeria were identified to be subjected to a serious hardship. That's why they are often resort for street begging and take menial job for survival. Majority of the Almajiri in the Tangaya houses in northern Nigeria were identified to be of parents of low socioeconomic status and poor homes. The Almajiri children in all these Angaya houses in the northern Nigeria were identified to be of poor personal and environmental hygiene and have no places to go for medical treatment in the event of alignment. Always pay for their treatment where they found one, and they have no access to cleaning accessories. They are identified of not barbing their hair, appearance disguising their living environment littered with open defecation characterized as unsanitary and unpleasant to the eyes. Also, all these Angaya houses in the northern Nigeria were identified to be of serious overcrowded.
Are you facing technical challenges, Doctor?
Yes, sir. I think I have some issues with the internet. Let me continue, sir.
Okay. That's all right.
Yes, all these Angaya houses in the northern Nigeria, sir, were being identified with the serious overcrowding challenges. Sir, in identifying the condition of the children, a small attention was given to the parent, where it was found out that largely informal occupation in farming, trading, and services, where 97% of the parents of the children are engaged. Also, about 95% of the Almajiri street children interviewed have their parents lack modern education. However, the special deprivation status of the Almajiri street children is the source of the food. The supply source is neither stable nor binding. It is fluid. Self-provision through begging is the dominant source for their feeding. As most of the children submitted, they rely on begging and domestic work to survive. Begging and sometimes from sympathizers by doing some domestic work, which Almajiri does, are categorically parable of child labor. Conclusion, sir. The study, among other things, assessed the living condition of the Almajiri children and deprivation experience on Almajiri in the northern Nigeria. It was found out that Almajiri are trapped in the vicious cycle of poverty, disease, hunger. Careful observation revealed that most of the Almajiri school visited majority seems to be mainly for the children, parents from low class and low socioeconomic status. It seems as dumping ground for the children of the poor only. Parental neglect and polygamy are major causes of poverty-related experience of the Almajiri children, while street begging and juvenile delinquency of major effect of poverty-related experience of the Almajiri. Recommendations, sir. Coordinated effort from all stakeholders, including fiscal planners, government officials, and healthcare providers, develop and implement housing policy that address the needs of the Almajiri children, advocate for the improvement of infrastructure in the area where Almajiri live, Develop community centers where Almajiri children can gather to learn, play, and receive support. Work with local and international organizations to provide vocational training to Almajiri street children. Thank you for listening, sir.
All right, thank you, Doctor. Without wasting time, I'm sure questions and comments for discussions been jotted
okay,
by the audience. So I'll just move to the next presenter for now, and then you can hold your questions and comments. We just address them in the end.
okay.
Yes, the next presenter is Musa. Is Musa here? Musa, are you here? Or the co-author or co-presenters? Okay, I don't think he's here, so we can just move to the next presenter again. Pilani Magubani. Pilani Magubani, are you here? Pilani? I don't think he's here also. Okay. I'll go back to Mposo.
Yes, I am here.
Oh, please, can you please present while we wait for the other colleagues to.
All right, not a problem. Just a second. I just want to share my screen here with everybody.
Okay, thank you.
All right. As the room chair has already indicated, my name is Mbuso Mangoka, and I will be sharing some of my research for my master's thesis dissertation. And before I even go further, I'd like to also greet the room chair and the room co-chair and everybody else who is currently tuned in for my presentation. The title for my research was sorry, just 20 minutes. So the title of my research was exploring inclusive approaches to visual impairments in the built environment, which I was supervised in by Magdalena Kluter. And so to get going, the research conducted by the Stats SA revealed that close to 9.2% of the South African population are living with visual impairments. And furthermore, 0.75% of the population have severe visual impairments, culminating in the complete and permanent loss of sight. This percentage equates to approximately 450,000 South African citizens nationwide. And the trends in the medical research also show that even those who are not born with visual impairments or struggle with it in their formative years can experience deterioration of their sights as they grow older, and ultimately can face the challenge of never seeing a building again in their life. And whilst there's been substantial progress in looking at how architecture can cater to people with visual or physical disabilities, such as visual impairments, there still lies much uncovered territory in inclusive design for them. And coming from the modernism and postmodern approaches to architectural design in the past centuries, many buildings lacked a sense of place for the local users. And this has been seen in the realm of what is seen versus unseen, which is focused on enabling those that can see against those that are unable to see, thus creating a sense of placelessness and vulnerability for the visually impaired. And then combining to these issues, visual impairments was the highest documented of all disabilities, sitting at 32%, of which about 97% of those people who are visually impaired face the challenge of a socioeconomic challenge of unemployment. And population growth and the rising number of people living with visual impairments have put pressure on the built environment to be more inclusive so that visually impaired people are not excluded in society, especially economically. One of the major organizations that have been spearheading change through inclusivity has been the United Nations through their Sustainable Development Goals, which are aimed at ending poverty, protecting the planet, and promoting social cohesion, amongst many other things. And then looking at the South African context, many of the metropolitan cities in South Africa have seen a substantial amount of their major infrastructure development taking place during the modernist era, where they implemented their design principles, which neglected creating a center or creating a place. And furthermore, many of the buildings in the city generally followed suits, focusing on ocular-centric designs. So and then this research explored my research explored how architectural design can be more inclusive to visually impaired users, thus enabling for safer, sensually stimulative spaces. And then this is just highlighting my theoretical and conceptual framework for my research, looking at the different theories and concepts that I explored in trying to answer the question, or looking at how architecture can be more inclusive for people who are visually impaired. So looking at the role of phenomenology, it highlighted how experience is vital in the relationship between visually impaired people and the built environment. And the critical components of this was self-manifestation and the desire for people to see themselves within the environment. And one of the problems that the modernist approach had in many urban environments is how it separated people from the environment by prioritizing other elements in the environment. So looking at the images that are on the right of the screen, it shows the contrast between a people-centered environment where it encourages walkability and people are able to engage with the scale of the environment around them, versus one that is primarily focused on the movement of vehicles and not really the experience that people have within the space. Then looking at the construct of a phenomenological experience in the built environments, the focus was on these self-consciousness of human beings and how they place themselves within environments, and also the natural human desire, which is to self-reflect on how the space can relate to them and experience a self-manifestation within the surroundings to feel included in the experience of what is around them. And then, so then this also means that there's not only a relationship between the person and the stimulative object, but also the object and the neurological systems of the mind in interpreting the stimulations for the whole body to understand. Thus, the phenomenological experience often hinges on the framework of consciousness of previous experiences that get contextualized during encounters to formulate present experiences, as is indicated in Figure 3. So looking also at one of the precedents that I studied during the process of my research, which is the Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired in Mexico, it highlighted how including alternative bodily senses can increase spatial consciousness for the visually impaired users and facilitate for better experiences within the built environment. Another element was also looking at another one of the precedents I looked at, which is the Hazel School for the Blind in Glasgow, Scotland, which is looking at this spatially and look at how spatial design also plays a role in the encounter between the visually impaired and the experiences of buildings, where the designs use simplified spatial layouts and navigational approaches to make the spatial layouts easier to perceive for the visually impaired and minimize chances of getting disorientated. And then also now looking at oculocentrism in architecture, the privileging of the eye above the other senses has become a dominant feature within architectural design and also manifestation of the built environments. Unfortunately, the focus on aligning the built world towards the sense or towards one sense has also created an enormous gap in how visually impaired people can orientate themselves and or experience the world around them. And the ever-changing technological landscape has created an absorption of how information is presented and giving more privilege towards a sense of sight. The current design processes of the built environments currently often neglect the non-visual senses in design conception, and the design process is limited to visual sketches and drawings and do not consider what a building will smell like, the temperature inside the building, and the audio quality of the space, for example. So then looking at now at the unified sensory experience through Gestalt psychology, it highlighted the importance that sub-elements have in interrelating to one another to build the whole place. And the way in which we deal with and approach encounters has strong ties with the past, even though we live and exist in the present continuous time. Thus, memory has the power to connect humans with the past and keep the link with the past alive as they experience the present and approach future engagements. This is also seen in the case study that I conducted of the KZN Society for the Blind, which is located in Durban, in Milo to be more specifically. It's a skills development center that tailors for people who are visually impaired. And part of what they do is that they use detectors around the building to help visually impaired people to easily identify different textures as they walk through the space. And the experience that is entrenched in their memory from there helps them to now engage with other spaces around the built environments, not just limited to the skills development center. So I'm getting some feedback. I can't hear myself clearly. Sorry, but I'll continue nonetheless. Then In developing a design approach for inclusive cities, creating spaces that foster for the user's orientation and identity is crucial. Place theory focuses well on the importance of the body and self-consciousness within space. And in order to to try and go forward in building inclusive cities and environments, the built environment surrounding people should not just be viewed as a shelter to be inhabited, but rather a space for dwelling and allowing for psychological, emotional, and spiritual experiences. The quality of the space that is formed is also at its best when total freedom is given to the people within the space to feel at home through enablement of expression of the whole being. Now, looking at universal design and its deficiencies in this current approach, whilst universal design has brought in many good principles for inclusivity of people living with disabilities to be able to access and to relate to the built environments, unfortunately, it has left vast uncovered territory in inclusivity for visually impaired people, as it does not consider the phenomenological aspect of the built environments. The current standards in the principles that they have currently allow for a level of observation of the environment and facilitate mobility and accessibility around it, which is not total inclusivity within the built environments. And then looking at inclusivity through multisensory architecture, the principles of multisensory design can help merge the essence of place through the alternative senses. It can also place emphasis on spatial characteristics in a way sight cannot do on its own. And whether we as architectural designers like it or not, we have to accept that every encounter that the body has with space, irrespective of its orientation, is a multisensory experience. So being more sensitive about the way we design for the different senses is paramount. Then this is also now just looking at the precedents that I indicated about earlier on, which is the Hazelwood School in Glasgow, and how they incorporate a multisensory design in various forms and ways and create a phenomenological experience for the students. In terms of navigation, in the picture on the left, figure 15, looks at how they integrate cork wallpaper with braille signage integrated within it to help the students to navigate around the school. And also furthermore, even in the outdoor spaces, they use different textures and even changes in topography of the outdoor areas, and how they also design around the elements such as lights, where darker areas can be for relaxing, or maybe the ones with lights can be for relaxing. But the changes in temperature help these students to be able to perceive the environment that is around them. So then looking at the findings of my research, the first one is based on sensory stimulation, which the stimulation of the sense is one of the most critical themes in any attempt to enable the built environment to respond to visual impairments. Sensory stimulation is the foundation of establishing a design response that can allow visually impaired people to perceive and to be included in the environments around them. The more that design approaches focus on how the built environments caters to the alternative senses will help lead to a better inclusive experiences for visually impaired people in the built environments. And then looking at inclusivity, when assessing the relationships among the theories, there were common overlaps around inclusivity in the built environments design approach. The process is initiated with the sensory stimulations activated through a multisensory universal design. The stimulations lead to connectivity with space, which is highlighted by place theory. Furthermore, the process consolidates in forming a spatial perception, which governs the experience of the built environments for the visually impaired. And then look at unification. The intimacy of this relationship between the user and the space unifies the body and the spirit of the area that it is immersed in by unifying it with the space. The theme of unification is also seen in the interrelationships between the layouts of spaces in the buildings, as those with similar functions, such as those with similar functions grouped together to form connections between them. Then looking at the conclusions of my research paper, it highlighted how many areas in how architectural design has to be inclusive of the visually impaired through design that focuses on alternative senses and the quality connections and experiences. Since designs are a response to the visually impaired or visual impairments, a multisensory approach becomes paramount to enable and facilitate for visually impaired people to have a relationship with the built environments around them. And multisensory design cannot also be limited to focusing only on facilitating movement and orientation, but the design approach needs to consider other factors, such as the character of the spaces, to create a spatial identity for each part of the building or site. Then the visual bias culture found in ocular centricism does not necessarily mean that aesthetics and visual qualities of any building ought to be discarded, but rather the alternative senses need to be given equivalent focus as the sense of sight is usually given. And then another critical theme spatially was the importance of simplified spatial layouts. This limitation of choices allows for a more effortless navigational experience that a more straightforward spatial plan will enable. And then also the having sensitivity about the kind of details incorporated into an area's design is vital, as any surface encountered has the potential of being a platform of either communication or contribution to the spatial identity. From this perspective, elements explored in this research for multisensory design that contributes to the character of a place, such as the materiality, color, topography, temperature, atmosphere, and lighting, all need to be approached with intention and consciousness in the design processes so that the built environment responds better to the human senses. Another critical element was the identification of thresholds and designing around them, as they play a vital role in being places of transition, which are essential landmarks in spatial consciousness for the visually impaired. And then looking at the recommendations going forward from my research study, the combination of multisensory design stimulations should be carefully considered due to its contribution to the identity of a space, and the way in which this view a site we should be more sensitive about it, as a site cannot be viewed as an isolated space, but rather as a part of a more extensive network in the context and work in conjunction with other sites. And then also another key part was accessibility, which is important, especially at the urban scale for public buildings, and making it easier for visually impaired people to be able to access our buildings, and designing around even public or existing public infrastructure so that even public transport networks can be able to help facilitate for easier movements for the visually impaired to finding whatever site that they might be looking for. And then the spatial layout should also group spaces that are similar to one another, or help them rather to work together within close proximity to one another as much as possible to enable for an easier navigational experience. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for tuning in.
All right, thanks, Mbuso. I'm just gonna call in again if these presenters are here, the ones who didn't pitch up. Musa, are you here? Musa Pretorius or Sabelo?
Edmo, let me check with Dr. Sibola. He was supposed to go for a meeting at 1:30. He called me, so let me check with him if he's back. And also, Pretorius was driving from. All right,
Prof.
No, let me check with them. Then I'll just inform you on the phone.
All right, Prof. Thank you.
We'll just call them.
All right. Okay. Whilst you are waiting, Pilani Magubane, are you around? Okay. I don't think he's here. Okay, colleagues. Whilst we're waiting for Prof. Gumbo to confirm whether Musa is around, we can just. I think I can just open the platform for questions and discussion while we are preparing to wrap up our session. Can see in the chat there's one question from Priska Simbanegawi. I'm not sure who she was asking, but she said, I'm interested to know why you compared those three areas. Is it because some interventions have been done, some of the areas, and you want to compare? Priska, I'm not sure to whom this question was directed.
Okay, Prof. There was someone who presented from Nigeria.
Okay.
The one we couldn't easily see his presentations.
All right. That could be Dr. Ibrahim.
Yes.
I'm not sure if he's still, I think he just left. Dr. Ibrahim, are you still here? Oh yeah, he's still there. Dr. Ibrahim, there is a question.
Yes, I'm listening, sir.
Yes, Doc. Okay, there is a question in the chat from Priska Simbanegawi. So
okay,
she's asking, she's interested to know why you compared those 3 areas in your presentation. Is it because some of the interventions have been done or in some of the areas and you want to compare?
Yeah. The reason of choosing Northeast specifically because Northeast, for the past 10 years, Northeast geopolitical zone of the northern part of the country has been dealing with the issue of the insecurity. That's the issue of the Boko Haram, which the region witnessed the use of a child army, which some people believe that a lot of Almajiri people have been used in the process. Also, the region, apart from 3 regions we have in the northern part of the country, is one of the regions with the highest number of the Almajiri children. In fact, the Sangaya school with the highest number of Almajiri children, with about 4,500 or something Almajiri children, is being located in Gombe, which is the high. The second one is located in Damaturu, and the Maiduguri. Everybody know Maiduguri. Any person who knows Nigeria and know Maiduguri Maiduguri is the center of the Almajiri system of education. And another issue is that these cities selected have similar socio-economic characteristics with the rest of the cities, because in these 3 cities, they are not purely homogeneous cities like the Kano, Katsina, Jigawa. There are sometimes you have the Hausas, you have the Plani, and the other smaller tribes. So it's more of heterogeneous in nature. So this is one of the reasons why the Northeast geopolitical zone of the country has been chosen.
Yeah, maybe I can engage as well, since we are waiting for other people.
Yes, please.
To come, because you mentioned in your methodology that you were using Whitney Manu. So
Yes.
I was thinking that if you are comparing the same kind of areas, you are not comparing, like, this counterfactual. So I was wondering the reason for your methodology, and sometimes we struggle with going to find out, doing research, finding out what you intend to find out, because that's what you will find out. You see, so if you are comparing 2 regions, I would wish that you were comparing with a different area, so that you can see the difference. So maybe something that you can think about, and maybe some postgrads who wants to use the same methodology can maybe dig deeper into circumstances where you can use Whitney Manu.
Okay, thank you for the information.
Yes, but thanks for your presentation. I just couldn't see the numbers that you were talking about. Then the conclusion part and the discussion part that you sounded like you were just concluding in your discussion part, because there was no citation. Now, do we concur with someone from your research? Do we see you contradicting with some other prior research that we have? It's quite interesting to engage back into literature to say, okay, nothing has changed to this, or there are some changes, or it has remained the same, just like other people have done this kind of research. Very interesting to see how children are living, in very pathetic conditions like that. But I'm sure there are some other areas where children are living better.
Yeah.
So to compare that would be more interesting. Thank you very much for listening, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Simbanigawi. And Dr. Ibrahim. I'm sure you answered, Doc.
Yes,
all
I'm
right.
here, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, Prof. Gumbo. Any confirmation?
So sorry, I managed to get hold of Mr. Pretorius, but he's getting hold as well of Dr. Sebola. So maybe 1 minute, if they don't come back, then you can close.
It's all right. It's okay, Doc.
All right. Okay. Sorry about that.
All right, Prof. Any questions, colleagues, comments from our previous presentations? Any comments or questions? Comments and questions? Or you're still thinking? Okay, while you're still thinking, I just want to ask Mbuso, our last presenter. My question is around technology. It's very fascinating because we have been doing a presentation around, people living with a disability, I think across 6 cities in South Africa. So, and I just happen to be also interested in technology, so I might be biased, They say for someone whose only tool is a hammer, you see every problem as a nail. So my question to you, what role does technology play in creating inclusive built environment for visually impaired people? Like, is there within your research or in your research, I mean, if you maybe found out, like, what role does technology play in creating inclusive built environment for people with who are visually impaired? Are there any findings around that? This is maybe in line with, since the country is moving towards building sort of smart cities or not just smart cities, but inclusive smart cities. So, which means also people living with the who are visually impaired need to be part of this initiative. Are there any findings around such? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Edmo Mutsa. I think that's a very fascinating question that you've just asked. I did not necessarily delve quite deep into it during my research, but in terms of technology, I believe that it has a massive role to play, not necessarily in the technology, maybe in a singular sort of way. They might look at it in terms of like technology that is so say tailored towards like digital technologies, but also I feel like even the way in which the technologies we're currently implementing within the sort of 3D or the real human space in terms of things integrating technology in to say public infrastructure, such as the way in which the kind of street lights that we use currently in Durban. I think a lot of the street lights do have some sort of they do cater to some extent for people who are visually impaired. Through some of them have like integration of audio noises that visually impaired people can use to sort of hear and orientate themselves with. But I think it's not necessarily, I don't believe it's a consistent, it's quite consistent throughout the sort of whole of the context of the environment that I'm in, which is in Durban. But I do feel like technology has a huge role to play, because even the way things are right now, it's sort of like you find that there might be like a threshold of like one sort of street lamp or like on one street corner to the other, but in between that sort of journey, because it's not necessarily just about having sort of one stimulation off and you have to sort of figure yourself out from there, but it's about maintaining a relationship with the space that is that the visually impaired person is around, and they can be able to easily understand the environment that they're sort of navigating and walking through and engaging with, up until they get to that point where they're trying to arrive to. So personally, and even from the research that I have conducted, I do genuinely believe that technology has a huge role to play, and in a sort of multidisciplinary way also, where all different stakeholders come to the sort of planning table and are able to engage with each other and sort of develop on the current existing infrastructure to be able to cater in a much better way for visually impaired people, because there's still a large number of uncovered territory, I feel. Even though I've done this research, I think it's a really exciting space to sort of find out more and more information about. But I think it also involves more and more different disciplines and practices coming to the table and changing the environment that is around us, and also using the current infrastructure, or rather the current technologies that are being discovered day by day, to help solve these issues that we encounter. I hope I've answered your question quite effectively. I hope so.
Yeah, I think you have answered, but I have another question also. And thanks for that, for the answer. I think you've kind of touched a little bit on it. I heard you were talking about architecture, but I wasn't very clear on how maybe as planners, how can we design, or planners or architecture, how can we design our public space or even buildings from architecture? How can we design or modify them to enhance accessibility or inclusivity for people living with disability? Within your findings, is there any specific way where you would point out, like, okay, within my research, this is what I found out, that, if we designed our buildings or our public space this way, it can actually enhance accessibility or inclusivity for people living with disability, more specifically visually impaired people.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, no, that's not a problem. I think it's another fantastic question. In terms of my research, I think even during the presentation, I did mention about the importance of multisensory design approach, which sort of links towards universal design approach. But then the issues that I had with universal design, or the current sort of standards of it, was that it facilitated for a level of observation, or rather orientation within space, but did not really celebrate the essence of so say the built environment, so the space that the person, visually impaired person, might find themselves in. So it's sort of like, for them, I feel like it's sort of like modernism, where like less is more, and it's not really about celebrating the spaces that that one might find themselves in, but rather it's sort of trying to get effectively from point A to point B. So I feel as though even within as urban designers and architects, people who are of the sort of built environments profession, I feel as though there are different ways that we can also integrate spatially, for people who have visual impairments to be more included, such as the way which you approach spaces, and having a sort of a different approach towards spaces. Like the precedents that are consulted showed how maybe orientating, or rather grouping similar spaces together can make for a more easier spatial navigational experience for somebody who is visually impaired. So not necessarily scattering activities randomly all over the place, but rather having a sort of consistent, sort of an easier way which visually impaired people can be able to find different spaces. And even just sort of the nodes that are connecting these different spaces, such as hallways or streets, a much more simplified spatial, or rather much more simplified layout of the different spaces that we design does also assist, where they're not given it's not as easy to sort of get lost within a space where they have a limited amount of choices to make, but rather when you have a more concise amounts of choices to make within a space, that does also help make it easier for visually impaired people to navigate spaces. And also just accessibility in terms of now linking the current existing, linking our buildings or sites, to existing infrastructure, to make it easy for somebody to be able to navigate to and from the sites that we design, from an urban sort of scale, to be able to find our sites easier, in terms of linking them to public network systems and so forth. So yes, that's what I can say based on what I've researched so far to answer your question, Mr. Edmore.
All right, thank you so much, Mbuso.
All right, thanks so much.
Quite clear, been answered.
Thank you.
Yes, Prof Gumbo. I've seen Dr. Oki.
I'm here. Yeah, Pretorius is joining. He's going to present.
Right.
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Oh, he's here. He's here.
Yes.
Wonderful. Right. But I just wanted, sorry, before Mr. President starts, I wanted also to add on to your question, to say at UG, I think they've done a lot. Maybe you can Google, guys, but not for people with disabilities, but generally for the indigent, those who are poor. For example, we have a project in Limpopo, Gwakwani project, a solar project. So that's technologically based, and it has helped really to reduce the hardships on those people. We're also doing a 3D project. I think I heard someone mentioning 3D. Yeah, 3D project for housing to try and reduce the cost and all that. So I think we can do a lot through technology. But the projects, I think, are there across all these higher educational institutions that we can check, but they need to maybe scaled up. I think the idea is to scale up and to be maybe accepted by communities, or to be in a way made common, and you get the point, and really reach out to so many people, and instead of just maybe being like sort of pilot projects, they need to reach out and save quite a number of people so that we can see the impact on people really who are excluded from the majority in terms of their infrastructure and all that. So thanks, that's a wonderful question. I'm sure UJ colleagues during these 3 days will be touching on that, since we are pushing the 4IR and all that, and social impact. Thanks very much, Edmo. Back to you, Mr. Pretorius.
Right, thank you, Prof. Right, Mr. Pretorius. Okay, over to you.
Right, thanks a lot, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. My apology for joining this session a bit late. I'm standing in for my colleague, Dr. Sebula, who unfortunately had to run to another engagement, but it's a privilege for me to be here, and I hope I can do the presentation justice, Chair. Should I share from my side?
Yes, you can.
Okay, sure. All right, colleagues, you can see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, perfect. Thanks a lot. Thanks for confirming, Chair. Okay, thank you, everyone. I think I can just maybe restart the presentation. So yes, this research is from a master study by Ms. Basira Musa with the supervisors, Mr. Pretorius and Dr. Sebula. And this is a study from UJ, with the focus being on really having a look at developing a framework toward urban resilience in South Africa, with the focus being on a quantitative approach. All right, so I provide a brief breakdown of the presentation, following from the introduction, lit review, methodology, findings and discussion, and then conclusion. If I might provide an overview or introduction of this research. So the focus of this research is really to delve deeper into resilience, with the focus being on urban resilience. That has really been a growing theme, especially in the South African context. Well, I suppose in a global context, with the increased concerns about climate change, being an environmental shock, social shocks like the COVID-19 pandemic, economic shocks. We've seen the global financial crisis in 2008, 2009, having an effect on global economic growth in the preceding decade, especially in the global south as well. And this really is an extension of existing research, but to delve deeper into the South African context, I suppose that's the bigger picture. But the focus of this research really is to look at developing a quantitative method of measuring urban resilience. Colleagues, please take note that in this presentation, in the research submitted for this conference, this really is about developing the framework to be used in future research, rather than showcasing findings within the South African context. So the title really is, it brings to the fore the specific context of the study, with the final aim being measuring South African cities in terms of this quantitative framework. So research problem is driven by inadequate data-driven approaches, and really a need to further develop knowledge about quantitative approaches. That's also applicable to the South African context at the end of the day. And of course, this flows out of a lack of quantitative framework. So, of course, we want evidence-based decision-making for the most effective policy formulation, implementation, also informing monitoring and evaluation, and yeah, with the end view being urban resilience in South Africa. Of course, resilience, we can have a discussion about resilience and sustainability and how these two interact, but in terms of the global context, and part of the rationale for this research is really about contributing to our achievement as South Africa and our urban areas to the attainment of SDG 11 and its various indicators, which specifically talk about sustainable and resilient human environments and human settlements. So this contributes to that broader discussion. All right, so literature review. We took a look at some of the challenges, the insufficiencies and inadequacies, I suppose that inform the need for resilience analysis. Now, there are different types of resilience analysis, depending on whether you look at environmental, social, or economic. But of course, the basis of resilience analysis is the ability of a system to absorb and initial shocks, whether it be economic, social, environmental, and of course, the manner in which it absorbs and the manner in which it adapts and based on that shock, but also to make it more resilient for future shock. So I suppose you can see there's a short-term nature of resilience, that initial shock, but also the long-term adaptation and adaptability. So I've mentioned already that there's a few shocks that happened in the recent past. In the South African context, also the floods and the damage the last few years, and the floods last year or the year before that in Durban. And so it's very tangible in the South African context. But generally, in the context of the Global South, we see rapid urbanization, climate change vulnerability, inadequate infrastructure, and of course, inequalities, different areas being having different resource allocation and investment, and of course, different effects on local communities. All right, so there's insufficiencies so far as resilience strategies goes, and this of course seeks to advise this policy formulation, because that's always the relevance of research to policy formulation in terms of spatial planning. And right, so that's basically that all feeds into the motive and the rationale for the research, the need for policy making to address and support, foster resilience. All right, so the methodology represents the final, I suppose, model that we're working towards. So we're working towards a quantitative model, developing criteria based on literature reviews to identify, as I mentioned, criteria based on social, economic, environmental criteria. And there's also indicators inherent to each of these individual criteriums. All right, so based on a literature review, we settled on these four broad factors, or rather pillars of resilience, and with the various sub-indicators. So economic, it's focused on diverse industry, so economic diversification. Dynamic economy, promoting innovation. Innovation is found to be important in existing literature for, I suppose, economic resilience, and that informs broader urban resilience, enabling conditions for employment and education, access to services and skills. Societal factors include inclusive and cohesive communities, active citizen networks, safe neighborhoods, healthy living for citizens. Governance, of course, so that informs the policy, not necessarily just reaction, but also proactive policy formulation, planning for potential shocks and disturbances to the system that we're referring to, the urban environment. So it's about effective leadership, strategic and integrated approaches, a skilled public sector, and that transparency, and that also connects to public participation and engagement to really be on the ground and getting input from local communities in this regard regarding their needs. Environmentally, it's about a sound and diverse ecosystem. This, of course, well, all of these connect to the policy environment and how we inform economic growth, development, societal aspects, health, education, and environmental aspects. Infrastructure, meeting basic needs, and then a coherent land use policy as part of the policy environment. All right, so it's indicated as findings, but really this builds on the criteria that we've identified and how we use then the criteria to then, at the end of the day, quantify resilience and to be able to place at the end of the day in future research different urban environments, different cities, I suppose, on a scatter plot to be able to identify within the quadrants the nature of resilience and the ranking of resilience, basically, to be able to learn lessons from these from the cities in this framework that have been identified as highly resilient. So the scoring uses a framework from 1 to 9, 1 being poor and then 9 being excellent. And this ranking is done by the researchers, and I suppose it can be tested in future research by input from experts. So that's, of course, where a qualitative aspect may come to the fore, but this really is the scoring suggested and the what we are working towards. All right, so basically we use this framework, we assign weightages to each of these indicators, and basically then we can get a score for each indicator, which informs the score for each of the pillars, and then at the end of the day we have a total numerical quantity that we can assign to a city in terms of its urban resilience. So right, so just I suppose as a conclusion, this is really the first step in a range of research being planned about urban resilience, and the first step within identifying a quantitative framework to measure urban resilience. And but of course, we always have to take a step back and really have a look at what we mean by resilience. How does the pillars influence adaptation and adaptability over the long term as well? So really we lay the basis through a quantitative, and then we take those findings and test it with experts in the public sector to really make this, attempt to make this impactful. And hopefully we can do this in this session as well through feedback received. So yes, basically we want to inform a evidence-based approach to resilience policy, and basically this is the point of departure of the research, to get that a quantitative framework in place that can be expanded upon over time, and we're open for that. All right, thank you, colleagues. That's a brief overview of the work that we've done, and some insight on the planned way forward for this as well. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Orchid. Colleagues, any questions or comments to Mr. Pretorius? Any comments or questions? Mr. Pretorius or the previous presenters? All right, I think we don't have questions. In the interest of time, I would like to conclude, I think, our session, and I would like to thank all our esteemed presenters and the audience, or everyone who participated in this room. You've been magnificent. There's still something which I wanted. Okay, Dr. Mangara.
Yes, how are you, Mr. Mosa?
Yes, yes. Is there still anything which we are missing? Because I think they've been waiting for a long time, and some of them need to go.
I think we have exhausted almost everything. We'll just try to follow up with the presenters who were supposed to present today. Maybe we can fit them in tomorrow's slots if they are available. Yes.
Okay. All right. Noted. All right, colleagues. Thank you very much for your participation and your patience. I know it's been a long day since morning. We've been here listening, and that means a lot. You know, it also means you take this very, very serious, and we really would want to appreciate that. Until tomorrow, it's a goodbye for now. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Edmo, for a wonderful session. Really enjoyed.
Thank you, Prof.
Let's take picture on the video.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a suggestion for tomorrow. Is it possible to like have, I don't know, 5 minutes comfort break in between, so that at least if you're able to like, you know, I don't know, move around or just stretch? Because I'm looking at the program since morning.
Yes.
I've not been able to like really move. Or if you decide to maybe just run to, I don't know, the restroom, then you come back and you've missed some of the stuff. So if maybe like you could consider that with the committee, I don't know.
All right. Point taken, Mr. Is it Faranani?
Yes.
Yeah. Point taken. We'll take that into consideration. Yeah. We totally understand. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yes.
Please, on your video, let's take pictures. Mr. Edma, take us a shot.
You okay? They're asking for a picture. You can turn on, if you're comfortable, you can turn on your video, and then you can just.
Make sure it's a beautiful picture, Dr. Edma.
A picture of everyone. If you are comfortable. Okay. Are we ready? Still some are still.
Yes, doctor, we are ready.
All right. Okay, done.
Have you taken the second screen?
Sorry?
There's screen one, screen two.
Like there's none on the second screen, but I'll just do that. All right.
Thank you, Doc.
All right, sorted. Thank you very much, colleagues. I see some of my colleagues here. Mr. Letebele, how are you, sir?
Yeah, Mr. Edmore.
Doc.
Good to see your face.
How are you? How are you? Good, doctor.
Nice seeing you guys, huh?
Nice to see you too.
How are you, Doc?
I'm okay.